ब्रह्म विचार जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा चाड्यान्धकारापहा.
So before we start and I introduce the first speaker, I just want to say it's not just a seminar. There's a hidden agenda. It's a reunion of all my former colleagues and friends and well-wishers. I'm very grateful everybody agreed to come. And I'm sure what we will have is a very interesting and important presentation because I have seen some of the presentations. So before we start, we would like to felicitate all the speakers one by one. The request is please come here facing the audience. आप कर देंगे सबको? हाँ, बुला लो. Just come please. So Professor Jesvin, can you just come here and face the audience for the camera? It's a tradition in India to felicitate by Professor Praveen Nahar. This was discussed that if we facilitate you on the spot, you won't get the picture. So I'm sorry to make you come here. Professor Uday Dandavate, can you manage? Yeah, उसके सेकंड में चानी. हाँ प्लीज आप आ जाइए. संगीता जी भी हैं, वो भी आप भी किसी को कर दीजिए. Thank you. So I'll request Professor Biju to felicitate Gaurav Mathur. May I request Professor Prashil Suryavanshi to felicitate Parag Trivedi. Professor Suryavanshi is the founder, Vice Chancellor of Avantika University and now with Jagran University. So I'll request Sangeeta Devi Kathiwada ji to felicitate Professor Venkatesh. I'm a speaker, so I don't know who will volunteer to felicitate me. We decided against the coconut because check-in baggage doesn't allow it. and and this is agarbatti, so its perfume should spread all over. So that was the intention. So we will begin with the formal program. We'll begin with the formal program. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jesvin Yeo. She was a colleague at NTU when I was there in 2011. And now she is Associate Provost Strategy at NTU. She has so many talents. I don't know where to begin, but she is very passionate about Asia, Asian traditions, cultural revival, a great, so many great books. We will do an exhibition of her work sometime in this, but completely different approach when you see documenting Singapore's tradition. And I wish we had people like Professor Jesvin in India, because from a country like Singapore, she has produced so many great documentation. So India will require, I think, 10,000 of you. Please, please find a way to make this possible. She's author of 9 cultural heritage books. Research works has been published internationally on Singapore heritage and culture, material culture, well-being, design studies, education, typography, and book design. So my great pleasure. She agreed graciously to come all the way from Singapore to grace this occasion. So welcome, and please give her a big applause.
Thank you, Kirti. And good morning. And thank you so much for having me today. I really feel so special and honored as well to be here today, especially with the custom of the lights, and also these things feel really nice and welcome, I would say, and thank you so much. It's kind of like so different from Singapore seminars and culture. We are so formal. I'll say we are very, very formal. Yeah. So, like I mentioned just now, when Kirti invited me, I was really, really kind of pleasantly surprised as well. And also because Kirti is one of the leading graphic designer that actually created the Ecogreta manifesto for design educations, which is so important that, lead Asia educations to a better place, to a better future as well. Thank you for that, Kirti. Yeah, thank you. And most importantly is I'm here on the same stage with all the AI and design educator experts here. Later that y'all will come on stage as well to share new insight that we can bring forward to design our future of design educations. Okay. Oops, sorry. So I'd like to begin with taking a look at the changes or rapid change, which is part of life. It could be both a source of inequality and also opportunities for us to stop it. For example, the industry revolutions of 1800 have created a divider between people that benefits from it and people who does not. The Industry 4.0 strategy proposed a shift from centralized to decentralized smart manufacturing method. branding the world of productions and network connectivities in the Internet of Things. The strategy called for creation of smart industry that combine people, equipment, objects, as well as systems to form a dynamic self-organizations network of productions. Now, actually, Singapore is looking at the overarching prospect of Industry 5.0, which involve the collaborations of robot and AI, where skilled human workers are to allow for mass manufacturing of productions. As the world and Singapore develop the economy strategy in the face of unknown challenges and technology to meet the needs and the demands of the world. Today, we are here to discuss the future of design educations, about how emerging technologies such as AI and machine learning can continue to be integrated into design education to enable students to create more innovative and smart products. And there is a greatest emphasis on inclusive and diversity in educations, ensuring that design solutions reflect and are accessible to diverse community. In the dynamic landscape of Singapore, technology and design education start as a pillar of significance, driving innovations, economic growth, and social progress. As one of the global leaders in technology advancements, Singapore has strategically positioned itself as a hub for innovations and digital transformations. With initiatives like the Smart Nations that we are building on now and substantial investment in research and development, Singapore have cultivated an ecosystem conducive to the developments and adaptations of cutting-edge technology. At the same time, the developments of design education has been equally transformative, recognizing the critical role of design in shaping our future, and also user experience, enhancing functionality and creativity. Singaporean institutions have embraced interdisciplinary design thinking approaches from traditional art educations to contemporary design programs. Singapore offers a range for aspiring designers to hone their skill and continue to contribute to the country's vibrant design landscape. Institutions as my school, School of Art Design Media at NTU, have become a beacon of excellence for nurturing creative talents as well as promoting design innovations. I'd like to talk more about my school. NTU ADM was established in the early 21st century. The school was built in line with Singapore's visions to become a vibrant global center in arts and media. In 2000, the government has invested 50 million over to transform Singapore into a city of Renaissance art. And in 2003, it have launched the Media 21st Blueprint to actually transform the island into a global media city. Since then, many foreign media and productions companies have actually built company set up based in Singapore, including British Pilot Film and TV Productions, and Minitex, and also UTV from India, as well as Australian film Global Star, which have set up an animation studio in Singapore. So these companies have provided opportunities for local company and also create a lot of new demands for trained professionals in the arts and media. So the establishment of ADM then is timely, as our students will be able to form the core talents pool to support and stimulate the developments of new knowledge with arts, within the arts and industry. So in 2005, ADM first offered a 4-year direct honors program leading to an international recognized Bachelor of Fine Arts. This is our first Bachelor of Fine Arts in Singapore, actually. ADM aimed to cultivate creative artists for the industry. So the student will receive a 1-year foundation year that beside learning creative, they also learn about humanities, learn about arts, learn about international ideas. Then this will follow by 3 years of focused study in 6 distinct programs of digital animations, digital filmmaking, digital photography, interactive media, product design, and visual communications. And in 2017, this 6 program was kind of combined into 2 big programs, design art and media art. I'll talk a little bit about it in the next few slides. And in 2021, NTU have introduced a new interdisciplinary collaborative core requirements that all ADM freshmen and all NTU freshmen have to take it. Currently, NTU is the top 50 arts and design school in the world, and we offer interdisciplinary educations in the state-of-the-art building. We are very proud of it. And courses are actually taught by international faculty from the West and from the East. We have an intake of 120 students per year and a well-established master and PhD research programs. We offer designer of the future, a clear pathway to become a creative professional who can operate on an international level. At ADM, we actually give each student greater flexibilities in choosing subjects that suit their interests and goals. They can choose from a wide range of courses within and outside their major to gain the breadth of knowledge and expertise required in an increasing competitive industry. So in design arts, students are taught to be a critical, creative, and skilled designer, as well as artists, developing innovations and also exciting vision across field and disciplines. So there are 3 pathways under design art. Interactions, we change interactive media to interactions, product design, as well as visual communications. In the interactions pathway, students explore technology and software, as well as examine theories and concepts around narrative, UX and UI, space, and games. In addition to this, they will create installations, sound, device, and also web arts. The focus is on making technology serving the creativities and experimental of these artists and designers. In the product design pathway, students are trained to ask fundamental questions such as what we want and what we need to address pragmatics issues such as material, constructions, as well as usability. Students will also be asked to consider user and environments and their impact on the world, and to apply design thinking to everything they are doing. The visual communication pathway allows students to produce outcome in different medium form. It's still quite traditional, I would say, ranging from 2D printing to media and environment graphics to interactions and also spatial design. As technology converts, we expect new form of communications to be produced by these students. In media art programs, students are taught to become critical and creative maker, developing innovative and exciting new visions within and across media. So there are 4 pathways under this media art. And we have animations, filmmaking, photography, as well as game. The animation pathway contributes, combine the study of traditional narrative animation technology with state-of-the-art digital medium. And the filmmaking pathway established students to learn the fundamental of film documentations, as well as creating experimental works that challenge how we think about cinema as well as film. The photography pathway allows students to really investigate the core principle of the medium and the latest technological development, including traditional photograph styles and new experimental forms. Lastly, game is our new and exciting interdisciplinary pathway that allows students to explore games and also game theory that to inform their game design, as well as to develop technical and artistic skill. To create gaming experience ranging from arts to entertainment to education, as well as social engagement. With our well-designed curriculum, we still believe that we must continue to understand the challenges of today's design educations in order to be competitive. Let's take a look at 3 challenges that we have identified. Firstly, emerging design role. With the ever-changing digital technology and the demand for business to communicate with stakeholders in real time, we are seeing the rise of company actually having their own in-house design team to develop contents and promotional material. By 2025, Singapore design workforce in the non-design sectors will actually increase up to 60%. So the emerging new role include like design researcher, products manager, content strategy, experienced designer, as well as business designer. Secondly, in a knowledge-based economy, designers with interdisciplinary skill are very much needed in the future. The role of designer have gone beyond simply brainstorming a brand or a service to create strategy advancement to transform the system, the organization, as well as experience. Designer of the future will actually participate in other businesses to identify larger challenges and also produce more meaningful solutions that cannot be only solved by designer or the engineer or the executive alone. Lastly, a host of technological, social demographics, and economic shifts are shaping the future of work. More than 2 decades ago, design researchers such as Archer urged that learning collaborative skills and knowledge of humanities is essential. This skill will enable designers to build the meaning of human expressions and map the origins of concepts, peoples, things, and even events. Today, adding on the knowledge of technology will help designers to create meaningful digital work that convey corporates and policy messengers and raise awareness of the world challenges such as climate adaptations, inequality, and global health. The technological shift have also impacted the future of our university programs in Singapore. With polytechnics adding technologies such as generative AI to its curriculum. For example, Temasek Poly just recently launched its first experimental studio for design and generating AI. This is part of Temasek Poly's ongoing efforts to integrate AI technology into its educational strategy to improve learning as well as teaching. So 90% of their digital innovation projects run by the Diploma in Communication Study has been designed with the assistance of ChatGPT, and students in the industry architectures and design course are already using Metaverse as a test bed for their design with the help of virtual agent powered by AI. This means that university courses must also up our games to accommodate this new group of students that coming to university in the next 2 to 3 years. ADM is currently planning our advanced curriculum, which we aim to launch in 2025. Now, let's look at how ADM and NTU as a university are trying to transform teaching and learning because of all these challenges. At NTU ADM, providing our students with interdisciplinary learning is a must, as we believe that exposing our students to non-design discipline and broadening skill and collaborations with other disciplines can foster a more holistic understanding of real-world challenges and encourage innovations thinking. Since 2021, all our students have to take the interdisciplinary collaborative core curriculum, which includes 7 courses conveying topics like critical thinking and writing, ethics, navigating the digital world, innovative enterprise, sustainability, and well-being. Let's watch a video to understand this course better. Thanks.
Climate change bringing in extreme weather, the COVID-19 pandemic affecting people's health, technological advancements leading to automation and other innovative solutions. These are examples of global challenges and developments we have seen They disrupt lives, impact individuals, societies, countries, and humanity as a whole. Hi, I am Joe, a Year 3 communication student. Today, I'll be bringing you through what the Interdisciplinary Collaborative Core, or ICC in short, courses are about, and what you can expect to achieve from these courses to help you navigate through these global challenges.
Many of today's challenges faced by humanity are interrelated, and they cannot be successfully tackled by a single approach or a single domain expertise. Those who can thrive in this rapidly changing global environment will have broader interests and knowledge outside of their own specific disciplines, while also possessing some deep disciplinary expertise.
With this in mind, to equip students with holistic knowledge and transferable skills beyond their primary discipline, 7 interdisciplinary collaborative core courses have been included in NTU's 2025 education framework. Interdisciplinary, collaborative, core. The name itself describes what you will experience in these courses. Be exposed to ideas and perspectives from a range of disciplines across the sciences, arts and design, technology, social sciences, and humanities. Work in multidisciplinary teams where you apply the knowledge from your main discipline to discuss and work on problems, projects, and assignments. Gain the foundation for you to achieve the 3 C's expected of all NTU graduates: character, competence, and cognitive agility. The ICC courses are specifically designed to target key transferable skills, covering communication, digital literacy, cultural and civic literacy, critical thinking, and social skills, while addressing global challenges in the area of health and well-being, sustainability, and science and technology for humanity. Each core course contains integrated content developed and taught by faculty from different disciplines to provide you with an in-depth and interdisciplinary exploration of knowledge and develop your ability to handle complexities in the future. The ICC courses will adopt a flipped classroom approach to learning, where you will engage in online self-guided learning before the class, so that class time can be devoted to instructor-facilitated collaborative learning activities to reinforce and apply concepts to authentic tasks and problems. With the ICC courses complementing the core and prescribed electives in your primary major, you will have a deeper and wider mastery of your discipline and beyond. Through the class activities and discussions, you would also acquire a host of transferable skills when you graduate.
Graduates who have a lifelong learning mindset and transferable skills that are portable across any industry or job will be able to transit through different jobs and careers in a rapidly changing and disruptive work landscape.
The ICC courses will help you develop the mindset and skills required to ensure that you will be a competent, cognitively agile graduate with character who is equipped and ready to take on a fast-changing and uncertain world.
So from this year onward, actually we incorporate different aspects of AI into these ICC courses, such as for CC02, Navigating the Digital World. Instructor will incorporate the use of generative AI tool in assignments, such as students may use Google Data Studio to create visualizations to communicate their findings effectively. For CC03, Ethics and Civics in a Multicultural World, students will discuss the ethical use of AI in the form of role play to encourage them to critically examine the social impact of digital technology and also promote the responsible use of AI in the digital world. For CC07, Science and Technology for Humanities, students will have 4 weeks of discussion on what AI is and how AI have impact the future of work. Show here is actually one of the ICC collab, just now that we talked about in the video as flipped classrooms, which we use technology to aid learning and teaching. So when there's like 35 tables and we can accommodate like 210 students. So once a student pick up the microphones, the camera will actually zoom into the students. So the rest of the classroom can actually see who is talking and have some interactions. So at ADM, we also have the opportunities. Students will also have the opportunities to actually take a second major on top of their core design pathway. So they can take actually second major from School of Humanities, School of Social Sciences, as well as School of Communications and Informations. Now, the Design Education's Advisory Committee Singapore, I call it DAC, have recommended 6 point of view POV to reimagine Singapore design educations beyond 2050. And this ADM is already on our path to prepare for the future by having courses aligned with these POVs. We have a few media courses that align with POV 3, which is design as an ally of technology, and also POV 5, experimental by design, like this DT500 course that allows students to learn the basic knowledge of immersive media, and also they will create and produce a practice-based 360-degree experimental experience outcome. And we also have courses such as interactive device and creative robotics that allow students to learn about physical computing and wearable technology. And courses like, this is by Ina, that she will talk about her work later, Media Arts Nexus. This course actually provides students the opportunities to create experimental time-based media art and display them on a large-scale urban media facades as also LED billboards. We also align courses with POV2, People and Planet-Driven Design, as well as POV4, Research into, through, and for design. For example, these design thinking courses are actually designed and taught by ADM faculty, as well as School of Material Science and Engineering faculty, Prof. Pierre, Lisa, and also Prof. Lepo. What is unique about this design thinking course is involve students from design, engineering, business, psychology, chemistry, English, as well as math, coming together to interact with various NGO, as well as the blind community to solve their real-life issues and problems through a co-design process. Also, we also offer design methods in art and design courses to train senior students on how to conduct research into, through, and for design. In 2025 Advanced Curriculum, this course is proposed to be a core course for all design art students. And because we want them to learn how to apply data analysis as well. Here, I would like to propose 2 future directions on how ADM can push forwards to meet the future needs of design educations. First, we have some successful story from Garage at ADM, which I would like to show in the next few slides. Garage is an initiative that actually provides a co-working space and a 1-year guiding for ADM students to have a startup that focus on technology and design. Built on this, we plan to actually expand this initiative to incorporate it into the final year projects across all disciplines to train business leaders. For example, this startup, Last Minute Work, was founded by 4 ADM students, 1 from interactive, 2 from visual communications, and 1 from product design. They have many interesting projects. One of them that I would like to show it is using AI world building technology to create a short film which showcase a virtual environment that uses elements of popular Netflix series, Strangers Things. So with the AI advancement algorithms, the studio was actually able to build such a detailed short film within 2 months. The next startup series communications is actually founded by 3 interactive students and 1 photog students. They use different technology to create user experience and virtual galleries and more. The next video I'm going to show is called Art Reimagine Singapore. It's an initiative by Mita to power traditional artists to add on a touch of technology into their life and into their artwork.
Meet the people behind Art Reimagine Singapore. Step into a world of possibilities where tradition meets technology. Art Reimagine empowers traditional artists to reach more people in a whole new way through augmented reality. We paired local traditional artists with AR creators to reimagine the world of art and how we experience it.
I'm Jesvin Yeo. I'm now 85 years old. I have been working through my art for over 60 years.
What I love most about Mr. Go's work is his bold spirit and courage to actually pursue his passion as an artist. He also likes to use different mediums, such as paper, to create more texture, to make the artwork more 3D. And that really corresponds with us as an AR creator, because we work with 3D on a daily basis. For this collaboration with Mr. Go, we are creating 3 AR effects that will focus on one of Mr. Go's early artwork. We want to use these AR effects to highlight how Mr. Go actually transformed from a non-abstract to an abstract artist.
My name is Kumari Lahatan, and I've been creating artwork full-time for the last 32 years. During this period of time, I've created sculptures, paintings, installations, and this has been kind of my forte in work.
The collaboration between Singapore and Kumari was centered around this work of hers called Tango. It's about 2 trees tangoing. The 3 AR effects that we are focusing on is the face effect, the whirl effect, and the target tracker effect. So each of them are completely different, and it brings a new light to Kumari's work.
My name is Nurhaiza Adam. I am a dance artist, Malay dancer, and I serve as an artistic director in a dance performance company. The inspiration behind my dance is ultimately Malay dance itself. So Malay dance is very proper, very rigid. I prefer a little bit more freedom. So that's my sort of exploration to find out how I can shift or give an alternative view of Malay dance. What got me interested in working with Haizat is the movement and dance. My previous projects, they all had movements. Haizat's one was to do with the whole body. So I was interested in pushing the tech a bit further into lessons. The older generation, they can explore more of using tech to enjoy traditional arts, and for the younger ones, expose them to their cultural lineage.
This is really something new to me. Then they can use this technology to see my work in their house, in whatever environment, in every way. Younger generation, they open up many possibilities, right? You can do a lot of things from now.
I think technology has actually changed the whole perspective of looking and seeing. The speed that it's happening is so fast that it actually connects with you immediately. It is about the now.
With technology in this way in final year projects, we could create solve real world challenges as well. Oh, sorry. Okay, the second potential futures directions is the creations of new digital humanities curriculums and emerging fields that add more breadth and depth to the current design educations. At ADM, design researchers have already contributed to the design humanities by bridging arts, culture, science, technology for the creative explorations. We have employed visualization solutions for digital history, as well as employed narrative and designer thinking methods to explain and meaningfully communicate complex facts, such as illustrations, animations, games, and film was actually used. We also present arts through highly interactive and immersive digital applications and instigate behavior change in communities. Last but not least, so sorry. We can transform textile sources, materials through animations, film, and games. All this knowledge will be used to design the future curriculum of design humanities. And currently, we are actually looking for a full professor for this design humanities. And not only my school, it's actually our 4 colleges that are looking for digital humanities that we want to really build on. And next, I would like to actually show some statements of design faculty that talk about how actually they have their university design courses adapting to incorporate AI. If you take a look, the Western country have already using lots of AI, not only in the educations as well as in the industry, and see how we can actually learn from them. So I'll let you all read the statements so I can rest for a while. Yeah. I would say most of them are actually really talking about how we should really use it more to understand it better and also be open about AI in design educations. In Singapore itself, we are our government are actually very encouraging the company and school to actually use AI. And they also allowed students to do assignment using ChatGPT. But of course, we have some certain rules that we want to ring fence. Yeah. I guess it's still quite new to a lot of people, and we really want to, use it more to understand it. I would say RCA is one of the college that actually use AI in lots of their research work. And this is my favorite, that Rachel actually point out that design thinking, criticality and imaginative extensions, speculations, observations, storytelling, and empathy are just few of the skills employed by designers that are, for now, are unreproducible by AI. So I guess this means that there's still many important aspects of design that we can focus on to design the future of design educations. In an era of rapid technological disruption and changing user preference, the synergy between design and other disciplines have also becoming important. By integrating design and various disciplines such as business, science, and technology will foster a culture of innovations and entrepreneurship, enable individuals to transform ideas into impactful solutions for business, healthcare, and also many more. So in conclusion, design educations in a post-AI world will play an integral role in shaping Singapore's future. As the nation continues to navigate the complexity of rapidly ever-changing digital environment, design will drive sustainability growth, foster creativity, and enrich the human experience. Through collaborations between ACAPs and also industry, ADM aims to harness the transformation power of technology and design to forge a path into a prosperous and inclusive future. Last but not least, I would like to wrap up my presentation with a statement from Chia Wei, the chairman of Design Educational Advisory Committee Singapore, that whatever we are doing today, it is not for us. It is for the next generations of creative problem solvers. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Oh, the next speaker, Ina, she will introduce a lot more AI software that actually are being used at ADM. For NTU itself, now we allow ChatGPT, as well as just now that I mentioned the Google Data Studios to create visualizations. So as long as the students in their assignments, they actually declare that how they actually use AI to help their assignment. Let's say they have wrote something and then they use ChatGPT to enhance it. We actually allow that because we want them to have, still build their thinking on concept and idea, but not using ChatGPT to come up with idea and concept for them. This is what we worried about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. You mentioned that whenever there's a leap in technology, there's a revolution in technology, we find that certain people or certain companies, they have a leverage because of the capital or because they have more resources and they use it more, and then it so happens that they mostly keep it to themselves or sell it to others. And so how does one find a balance where it actually gets democratized for everyone to use it as much, because the power of AI is such that in the world that we are today, people are trying to get more and more out of the public, or if you see how the social media works or how things are working. So how does the layman or people with not so much resources still capitalize on the powers of AI at a larger scale? So
Okay, I will say I may not have a very good answer for that, because currently, of course, we want to have like more open source for people to actually use technology and even AI. I understand that from the IT personnel, most of them told me that because in order to hold that kind of open source, that you really need like maybe thousands of machines, or like a very expensive device to actually hold it, which is we explore it at NTU itself. So what we did now is only more on open source for research data that we can share. But of course, you still have to register as a user to actually go on our library open source to use it actually. But it's more on research data. But to be honest, a lot of the data is still have to get the approval from the researcher themselves. It depend, when researchers spend like 3 to 6 years to actually create certain data, some of them may not want to share it. But what at NTU level, we are thinking like, if more people can actually use your data and come up with something really useful, I think that is really important as well. I hope that answers your questions. Thanks.
So thank you very much. Any more questions we can have in the tea break? We can have in the tea break because it's a long video for the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, so please get together in the break to remove this.
Thank you so much.
While they set up for, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. You do that? Okay.
While we set up for the next presentation, which is by Professor in Conradi. She is not here, she is in Los Angeles, but she has sent a video of her work and what they are doing in ADM, and it's very interesting. Professor Ina is an associate professor in the School of Art, Design and Media. She's an award-winning new media artist, and her work from the time I was in NTU, very cutting edge, combining digital painting, experimental 3D animation for co-immersive spaces. Actually in Singapore, many places you can see her work in installations and media architecture. Recently, she, an animation called Morai, won Best of Show SIGGRAPH Award for Asia, and that is being screened in the mouse. That's being screened in the gallery. So during lunchtime, please take a look. It's a 7 minutes long presentation. This has been especially prepared for this seminar, and at one point there seems to be silence, but it's not the end of the presentation, it continues. So please enjoy.
Good morning, and warm thank you to organizers of the International Seminar Design Education in the Post-AI World, Professor Kirti Trivedi and Vice President Jesvin Trivedi. Well, I would have loved the opportunity to be with you in Indore. I am currently in Los Angeles for the screening of our films, including Morai, which is being showcased concurrently at Aurobindo Art Gallery. I'm really grateful to be able to share this moment with both audiences in India and here in LA. Before we go into our discussion today, I hope you will find the Morai Thread of Life trailer to be compelling prelude to our conversation on the fusion of modern physics, AI, and artistic expression. Let's have a look. Well, that was Morai. The work is a collaborative venture between myself and my partner, Mark Chavez, and it's an integral component of the project supported in Singapore by Ministry of Education and Academic Research Fund. The research title is Quantum Logos, Developing Alternative Artistic Styles to Communicate Science. We tried to translate the very abstract ideas of quantum physics into a visual and emotional experience, addressing the counterintuitive concepts such as superposition, entanglement, and wave-particle duality. Our efforts were recognized with the Best in Show award at the SIGGRAPH Asia 2023 Computer Animation Festival in Sydney. Well, the film is a simple tale set in a very complex world, and it's about the female astronaut drawn to mysterious force in a cave. As she steps into another dimension, herself becomes intertwined with the larger fabric of the universe. So I will show you a little bit of a trailer right now, how we made the film. I hope you will enjoy it also. Even though we did not use AI in the final production of the film, it helped us a lot during the visual development. We also took inspiration from Southeast Asian fabrics and textile weavings, which inspired us to craft metaphors corresponding to hope you enjoyed. So building on this interdisciplinary approach, our first significant partnership with quantum physicists was with the work called Quantum Logos, Vision Serpent. Much like Morai, the visualization drew upon the symbols and iconography, but this time we looked into Mesoamerican and Maya civilization. At that time, we partnered with German physicists and science communicators. And what you are looking at is the animation that was immersive, and it was presented in a large-scale theater in Ars Electronica Festival in Linz in Austria, in so-called Deep Space 8K theater. The theater is equipped with a special Ferus tracking system. So the installation began with the ancestral call of a conch shell horn, and then unfolds into a 10-minute narrative that's mostly involving abstract animation. And this narrative expands into interactive experiences, echoing the sacred Mayan cenotes, inviting the audiences to engage with the dynamic quantum field. So for this project, we used Derivative Touch Designer, and AI was used to blend 2D and 3D imagery, enhanced by GLSL shaders. So you can see here the next slides. The audience is interacting during the interlude after the screening of the film. So as we have seen with Morai and Quantum Logos, our artistic endeavors are deeply intertwined with scientific exploration and collaboration. This fusion of art and science has propelled us into the domain of AI and generative art, testing and refining our methodologies Now I would like to share with you a little bit about Media Art Nexus, an ambitious project that has been running since 2016 till now, thanks to support of NTU Museum's Public Art Initiative. This dynamic 15-meter-long LED screen at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, is reaching thousands of daily visitors. Here, we were able to showcase the works of emerging local and international artists, students, and scholars, and we incorporated this platform into our teaching, using it as a launching pad for pioneering a lot of new media art exploration. Driven by this rapid advancement in AI models, and particularly during early 20s and 2021, we were inspired to translate this momentum into education. I developed personally two interdisciplinary courses at NTU. One is the undergraduate explorations in AI-generated art, and another one is postgraduate course called Art in the Age of Creative Machine. These courses are designed to be accessible to all of NTU students, regardless of their primary field of study. You can see here on the poster from our inaugural AI in Art exhibition and workshop that was held in November 22. And this event was joint endeavor between School of Art Design and Media at NTU and NTU Institute of Science and Technology for Humanities, and also, interestingly, the Global Innovation Design Program from the Royal College of Art and Imperial College London. It was basically showcasing 39 AI-generated artworks produced by students in the course of 12 weeks session, and about a total of 41 NTU students. So this inaugural exhibition was more than just a display of talent. It was also an interactive forum for learning and exchange. We included a workshop where students discussed their artworks and their creative processes. This set up the stage for a prompt battle, a competition where students used AI to transform their textual descriptions into compelling art. This event so for these works, we partnered with Runway Gen 2, and but as we look at how AI is used in art today, it's good also to remember when we first started experimenting. A few years ago, in 2021, James and I were working on Cogin the Machine, a graphic novel. It was inspired by some of Singapore's work in biotech, like growing meat in labs and changing genes. We wanted to tell a story about what it means to be human when technology changes so much around us. So we got great advice from Associate Professor Peter Drudge, who knows much about stem cells. We used some of the earliest AI tools like OpenGPT-2 and Microsoft Attention GAN. So I'm really happy to say that these works. The project was special because it won the NTU Global Digital Art Prize. Let's see the trailer about this project. machine inspired for further exploration into interplay between AI and personal narratives. And building on this foundation, my student Alicia delved into malleable nature of memory in the following year with her project Memory Misprint. Using the same early AI tools, this work visually interprets the fragility of memories.
I went to an apple farm when I was a little.
Stop this because of the time, but basically that was Kogan machine. So, and the memory misprint, the early AI works. So after reflecting on how AI tools can capture the fluid nature of human memory in both of these works, we now turn to another student's work. This is work featured in this, it's called Theory of AI Evolution. It's a speculative art piece by Indian student Jiang Ran. It contemplates the bizarre convergence of biological and mechanical evolution and carbon and silicon life forms. It poses the question, could AI be the instrumental in determining the future of planet life? The artist initiates a dialogue on AI, artistic innovation, and the future interplay between technology and the environment. So you can see her working process. Mastering AI in art is not a shortcut, but it's really a skill that requires students to engage deeply with tools like Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion. Through practice, they evolve from mere observers to creators, using AI to enhance, not replace, their creativity. The aim is to use AI confidently and creatively without oversimplification. So these are her mood boards and process flow. Here are some mood boards documenting intricate process behind these AI artistic works. This mind map illustrates previously illustrates the complex web of iterations, explorations that guide students from concept to completion. So they document everything. It shows the thought and experimentation involved in harmonizing AI's capabilities. So you can see the process is very complex. Deleted Evolution, piece by Jane Lim. It's an artwork that paints a picture of what might happen to the sea life around Singapore if pollution keeps getting worse. It shows how tough and adaptable underwater creatures are, and reminds us why we need to take care of our oceans. The piece makes us think about how our choices affect the world under the waves and how nature might change because of us. So I will show you a little trailer of the work. So this is her pipeline. As you can see, it's very complex. Research concept, then running through all these different models of AI. So another interesting project, we can shift our gaze from the oceans into more inward world. Horderer House invites us to explore the hidden corners of the mind, where AI helps to unravel the complexities of memory and trauma, much like shifting through a house filled with echoes of the past. I have to say that this is work done by a computer science student. Let's have a peek. So I'm blown away by this work by computer science student, never had any art studies. This is a little bit away from serious stuff. Here's work by student Huizi, a funny pet store brought to life by AI. I hope you enjoy this whimsical take on using Runway Gen 2. Yeah, so we partnered with Runway Gen 2. Another take now, I mean, after seeing how AI can create videos, let's look at how it can help develop visuals for larger scale works. One such project is Box Body by JJ and Xin Wen. They are from Royal College of Art, and they were in my AI class, and they presented on a massive 3D LED media facade at 10 Square in downtown Singapore for the Art Act Festival that we jointly done with the UK. So it was also part of Singapore Art Week. This piece brought to life the themes of urban isolation, the pressure of system around us, and instead of using traditional complex 3D modeling, artists turned to AI visualization. So these tools help them to convey their story. Let's look into their promo trailer. So I will show you quickly So based on their box body prototype they did in Singapore, JJ and Xingwen actually reinstalled the similar concept, and they won the jury prize for their installation emergency at Piccadilly Lights. So they presented this colossal figure, and I'm very, very proud for this work. To continue, so these are all student works. We looked last year this time into concept of can AI art help us imagine positive future. So this was an exhibition called Reimagining Futures where 17 speculative scenarios were presented, exploring future possibilities in collaboration with OpenAI ChatGPT. So students ask ChatGPT questions about scientific phenomena inspired, and those questions inspired a collection of AI-generated artworks. This was Synthetic Beast Unleashed by Roger Ng and Raihan, and here they use they merge AI with traditional shadow puppetry to envision a future of bioengineered life. I am really proud to say that our explorations have not gone unnoticed. The AI works were invited to be exhibited at Ars Electronica Festival in Europe, one of the largest and most influential events for art, technology, and society. The School of Art Design and Media Interactive Design Pathway was among 56 international universities that participated. We showcased 11 innovative AI art projects from 16 students, and we wanted to showcase exclusively AI-generated artworks and to compare how they can influence creative process and essence. And coincidentally, the theme of the festival was Who Owns the Truth, which sparked a rich and varied dialogue on some of today's most pivotal issues: AI, truth, ownership, the dynamics of this interpretative authority. Just to mention, the festival attracted over 80,000 visitors, featured a vibrant community of over almost 1,500 artists, and artworks featured from 88 different countries. Our exhibition was set up as it was multimedia and it was beautiful gallery. It was center was an octagon-shaped installation that was reflecting natural elements of the Taoist tradition, and also it was inspired by Wayang Kulit shadow puppetry reimagined through AI. So I will finish my presentation with this short trailer about this event.
That concludes the movie. Unfortunately, Professor Ina, she was supposed to answer questions, but there is a clash of schedules, so she cannot come. But I'm very happy to announce that Ina and Mark Chavez will be mentoring and helping us develop generative AI-based master's program in animation, which will be launched from next. हाँ है, ये आपका है, मेरा है. ये माउस आपने रखा है? ये आपका माउस नहीं लगेगा, फिर मैनेजमेंट पहले ये हाँ ठीक है पर रख लीजिए या उधर रख लीजिए, हाँ बाद में रखिए, टेबल इसी के लिए. May I request everybody to take their seats, please? So we start with the next session. So our next speaker is Professor Sunil Kumar, Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogik Vishwavidyalaya. So the degree from here. He has a PhD in mechanical engineering from IIT Delhi. Also served as additional secretary in the Department of Tech.
PhD in mechanical from IIT, that is more than enough. It means I am not related to
एक चीज और बोलना पड़ेगी, एक चीज और बोलना पड़ेगी कि मैं इनके ऑफिस में जब मिलने गया था यहाँ आने के लिए, इनवाइट करने के लिए, so Sir Sunil Kumar said that his mission is to provide most affordable technical education. No, very little fees, and even with an extremely small budget. He said total budget for technical education in Madhya Pradesh 600 crores. No, they spent 800 crores on Mahakal corridor. You can imagine the comparison of the two things. So before we start, I'll request all the speakers, so please come on the stage. We are launching, Professor Sunil Kumar will launch the first issue of NEDU. So please everybody, all the speakers, please come up.
सर कह रहे हैं कि डिजाइन इन्वॉल्व नहीं, बट डिजाइन इज इन्वॉल्व इनटू दिस also under this.
This issue is my dream. We started work in 2008. So it's an issue, journal on innovations in education. It will be a biennial journal. So first issue, very interesting. I will request people to give a topic to everybody.
अरे क्या बात. So my first simple question, how many of you know Hindi? So everybody knows Hindi except you don't know Hindi. So how can you be so much creative if you don't know Hindi? So I really feel sorry for you, you are not knowing Hindi. कोई बात नहीं, इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता. लैंग्वेज बैरियर होते नहीं डिज़ाइन में. आई डोंट थिंक लैंग्वेज एनी काइंड ऑफ बैरियर एज फार एज द क्रिएटिविटी इज़ कंसर्न. जब डॉक्टर साहब ने मेरा परिचय कराया तो कहाँ से कराया कि आईआईटी दिल्ली से मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में पीएचडी है, और उसमें मैं और जोड़ दूँ वो भी कंबस्शन इंजीनियरिंग में, मतलब जो चीज़ें जलती हैं जला देना. एंड नाउ हियर आई एम बीन कॉल्ड फॉर द डिज़ाइन एजुकेशन, दैट टू फॉर द फ्यूचर. But still I am feeling very, very proud that Chani and Kinsuk has created this center under the banner of RGPV. This is the first BDES course under RGPV portfolio. So big hand for Chani as well as Kinsuk. दुनिया बदल रही है, there is no doubt about that. Just by seeing those pictures shown by NTU, really amazing. लेकिन उसी तरीके से ये जो कैनवास है एजुकेशन का वो भी बदल रहा है सर. और जो डॉक्टर साहब ने बात कही, मैंने केवल कही नहीं, मैं उसको जी रहा हूँ. वी हैव नॉट चेंज ए सिंगल फी इन द RGPV सिस्टम सिंस लास्ट 12 years. We charge only 11,000 rupees as a semester fee, 400 rupees as a hostel fee, 600 rupees as a bus fee, and we are trying to give world-class technical education to our students at the lowest possible cost. And it has been made possible only by using technology. Nothing else, nothing else. We are also providing free books, e-books to every student. Each textbook is free for every student, even for your institution. We are providing journals free of cost. We are providing each software, each design software almost free. 24/7 facility. Now we are having our own YouTube channel with all kind of video lectures freely available on RGPV official YouTube channel. Without any cost. लेकिन मुझे भी एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाने का मौका मिला. About 3 years ago, I was at Cambridge and the topic of the workshop was future of learning. So the future of learning is definitely changing. Taste is changing, and the way all the technologies are merging into one, that itself is so challenging that in coming time, designing a curriculum will be so difficult for a person unless a student himself or herself design his or her curricula. It's not possible for the teacher or system to design curriculum. समय ऐसा आने वाला है जब बच्चे को अपने ड्रीम्स बताने होंगे और शायद वो एक सिस्टम पर बैठेगा. He or she will be sitting on a system. He will write down or she will write down her dreams or his dreams on, and a AI generated curricula will automatically come up saying that for achieving this kind of dream you have to just study this and this. Then it's a challenge for the university system, because dreams already दिए हुए हैं, कैरिकुला वो बता रहा है. अब उस कैरिकुला को पढ़ाने के लिए नाउ यू हैव टू डिज़ाइन ए सिस्टम. 3 साल जब पहले कैम्ब्रिज में जब बात हो रही थी तो दे वर टेलिंग दैट वी आर डिजाइनिंग ए सिस्टम वेयर इन व्हेन यू गिव एन एग्जामिनेशन इट विल एनालाइज द होल आंसर्स artificial by using AI, and then they will tell whether the subject has been taught well or not, whether the subject has been understood by the student or not, whether the teacher has understood the subject or not. Even there was a question on the teacher itself कि आपने कुछ पढ़ाया वो बच्चों को समझ में आता भी है कि नहीं आता. This is a big question. If something is being answered by everybody, it means everybody has understood the problem. And if you are not able to answer, it means you are not knowing. Either the teacher has failed to, either the teacher has not taught at all that particular area, or he has been failed to taught you. बाहर में पढ़ रहा था रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर का एक लिखा हुआ है कोट कि पढ़ाया कुछ नहीं जा सकता. टीचिंग का फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल है किसी को नहीं पढ़ाया जा सकता. इसका मतलब जो सीखने को तैयार है वही सीख सकता है, किसी के पढ़ाने से कोई नहीं पढ़ता है. मैं कितनी भी कोशिश कर लूँ कि मैं आपको कुछ पढ़ाना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन अगर आप सीखना नहीं चाहते, इफ़ यू डोंट वांट टू लर्न, आई कैन नॉट टीच यू. सो दिस इज़ द बेसिक प्रिंसिपल ऑफ द टीचिंग. और आर्ट्स में तो और डिज़ाइन में तो ये शायद और भी ज़्यादा होगा. हम कितना भी आपको डिज़ाइनर बनाना चाहें, कितना भी बड़ा बड़ा आर्टिस्ट बनाना चाहें, बट इफ़ यू आर नॉट रेडी टू लर्न, आप कभी डिज़ाइनर बन ही नहीं सकते. And it's a great day for us today कि we are having director of NIT Ahmedabad, pioneer institute in the field of design, though we are also having one NIT at Bhopal, and I have the privilege to visit that institute twice or thrice. And first time when I visited NIT Bhopal and the kind of creativity I have seen there itself, उस दिन फर्स्ट ईयर के बच्चों ने जो चीज़ें बनाई थी उसकी एक पूरी वो लगाई हुई थी एग्जीबिशन. On that very day I felt like this कि ये इंजीनियरिंग में क्यों नहीं होता है. Why is not happening in the engineering? Design institute में when you see this kind of creativity, but you are not seeing that kind of creativity in any engineering institute. जबकि वहाँ पर creativity और भी ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. But fortunately now this convergence has already started between the technology and design. It means in coming days every engineering institution will also be a design studio. That's my personal feeling. The kind of technology like AI or even whatever you talk about, data analytics and machine learning, anything. Finally, the convergence will be on product design and how much user friendly it is. तो सारा का सारा पब्लिक कन्वीनियंस का इशू है. आने वाले दिनों में हमारी ज़िंदगी को बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम मशीनों का, अपने दिमाग का, अपनी क्रिएटिविटी का, इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज़ का कैसे उपयोग करके करेंगे और हाउ द थिंग्स विल चेंज, वी हैव टू सी. एंड लाइकवाइज जो क्लासरूम है वो भी बदलने वाले हैं. ये मुझे नहीं लगता कि नाउ द ट्रेडिशनल क्लासरूम्स आर गोइंग टू फुलफिल द काइंड ऑफ एस्पिरेशंस न्यू जनरेशन इज हैविंग. इनकी जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, अब जब दिन भर ये इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस पे काम कर रहे हैं और चीज़ों को देख रहे हैं, तो हमारे केवल ब्लैक बोर्ड पर चौक लेकर खड़े होकर और पीठ हम उनकी तरफ कर लें और वो पीछे से चौक मारते रहें, उससे काम होने वाला नहीं है. दिस हैज़ हैपेंड विथ मैनी टीचर्स. But in coming days, teacher has to develop themselves. They have to learn all these kind of technologies, and finally they have to deliver the way the student want to deliver them. तो बच्चों को से बड़ा चैलेंज तो अभी टीचर्स के लिए है. People are complaining that the students are not coming to the classroom. Why the students are not coming to the classroom? Because you are not giving that kind of stuff जो बच्चे चाह रहे हैं. The student के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं वो आप नहीं फुलफिल कर पाते हैं. दैट्स वाई दे आर नॉट कमिंग टू योर क्लासरूम. इट मीन्स इन कमिंग डेज दैट ये जो प्रोफेशन है टीचिंग का, ये और ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग होने वाला है. एंड व्हेन द गवर्नमेंट हैज स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटीज, इट मीन्स द चैलेंज हैज ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड. If a traditional university fails to fulfill the aspiring mind, then what will happen? They will go to the digital university, digital platform पर चले जाएंगे, and they will start learning through the digital platform only. So we have to accept this challenge, and I'm more than happy that Aurobindo Institute of Science and Technology has taken this challenge, and they have shown the courage to start a design for center for design at Indore, being first in this area, and now they are arranging this conference with the help of Professor Kirti Trivedi with all kind of creativity. So I wish them a good luck for this particular conference in particular, and for the success of this program in the future. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
It's my great honor now to invite our chief guest, Professor Praveen Nahar, to deliver his chief guest talk. I have known Professor Nahar for more than 25 years ago, and I was just telling him that incredible amount of drive he showed when he joined IDC at very young, and with the same we were discussing his plans. He shared some new publications, how NID can now take the lead in really showing what Indian minds are capable of. So, Professor Nahar, welcome. Projector beyond.
धन्यवाद. Thank you, Professor Trivedi, for this invitation. Professor Trivedi 25 साल पहले की बात कर रहे थे. मैं आपको 35 साल पहले की बात बताता हूँ. I was a student in mid 80s. इंदौर के बाल विनय मंदिर स्कूल से मेरी पढ़ाई हुई थी, और बाद में इंजीनियरिंग ट्राई करते हुए मैं पॉलिटेक्निक तक पहुंचा. तो वैष्णव पॉलिटेक्निक में आई वाज डूइंग माय डिप्लोमा. दिस इज नाउ पार्ट ऑफ आरजीपी. उस टाइम पे क्या था वो पता नहीं मुझे. वाज द फर्स्ट बैच ऑफ स्टूडेंट हु डिड दिस इंडो जर्मन ट्रेनिंग एंड प्रोडक्शन इंजीनियरिंग इन दोज इयर्स, एंड आई वाज द यंगेस्ट. मतलब देन आई वेंट टू Pithampur to work with Chorus India Limited as a shop floor engineer. But when I was doing my diploma, somebody spotted, one of the professors spotted me that I was doing a lot of sketching. I was tinkering and making a lot of models. I was actually sketching machines and putting up exhibitions. And he told me that there is some institute like NID, jahan pe you should explore and see. वो होता है अहमदाबाद में. Being from a humble background and lower middle class family that time, and उस टाइम में ऐसा कोई माहौल नहीं होता था कि बाहर कहाँ भेजेंगे, and even to go and explore it's a big deal to go to another city. So somehow that actually was there in the back of my mind, and after that I went to do my engineering, and I was the first batch of student at IIT Delhi, which was interdisciplinary design program in IIT Delhi, which started in 1994, and it was interdisciplinary program. By the way, there were professors from mechanical engineering also. There were professors from applied mechanics. There were rural development technology. There were humanities and social science. There was transportation research. Professor Dinesh Mohan and all those people. And there's this IDDC, Instrument Design and Development Center, which was initiated. One of the design studios were initiated by Professor L.K. Das, who happened to be Professor Kirti's batchmate in Royal College of Arts. And he started, and this is how I began my design journey. And after IIT Delhi, I worked on research projects and landed as the youngest faculty in IIT IDC in 1998. That was my first kind of encounter with design education from the teaching perspective. But of course, as a design educator, you're also a lifetime learner. So in IITs and NIDs, we also do a lot of projects. So over the years, I had the opportunity to do all kinds of projects of national importance, right from Mumbai suburban railway system you must have experienced, which is the most extensively used public transport in the world. And it's not about making a train which is comfortable to use and all that, but with all that stress, how do you bring some bit of calmness and less stressful for people to use the system. So from those Gulf freight British time trains to the new infrastructure which is now up and running. Then we got a chance to work on monorails and many other this thing. I did projects with Amul. I take a lot of interest in looking at the design education and transitions in design education and what design can do in the expanded fields and ideas. So I kind of work with my students on system-oriented approaches to design, and we do a lot of projects which addresses a fair amount of complexity and wickedness. As the world is becoming more and more complex, you need to address them through through some sense of systemic approaches and all that. Last few years, so this presentation I am talking about a little bit of structure culture about NID and emerging context of design, and NID's somewhat response to challenging landscape, and some of the case study examples and something around AI and impact on design education, with some initial ideas of how we are embracing it. So as you all, many of you will know, and it's really great to see, I think the students or graduates of IIT and IDC from all generations, almost every decade present here, right from Uday Dandwate to Pradnya, she was my student in IDC. I mean, it all happened in the late 50s when Charles and Ree Eames, the famous American designers, were invited to India to write something called the India Report, which is available online. You can download PDF, and they kind of envisioned and suggested how design and idea of design can be embraced, but they didn't suggest anything new. But what they said is India should actually build out its own ethos and culture and legacy, and a lot of things can really build on there. So I think NID has a very interesting foundation and perspective. Very interactive teaching learning environments. A lot of projects of national importance have been done at NID. So NID also operated like a design office where, and still we operate like that. Any point of time, we have 150 to 200 projects with which faculties do. A lot of global benchmarks with local context and socially responsible design. Now we are kind of in 3 campuses. So a lot of focus now on design education research, entrepreneurship, and those kind of things. There are 19 sector-specific programs, right from industrial design, communication, textile, apparel, and IT integrated design. But one of the things over the years, all these programs are very broad-based and generic and very grounded, and always responding to new challenges while being very grounded. For example, we don't have fashion design, but we have apparel design, which also does a lot of functional wear, which also pushes new boundaries and work with craft and communities, but also work with technical textiles. And now we are actually working with human space flight mission, working on space suits for the first space flight which is going to go from India. Now about from 200 to about 1700 students, challenge of numbers, we still maintained our ethos and ideas of the student faculty ratio, and these numbers doesn't impact those ratios where we started. National design policy was set up. I think India is one of the few countries which had a national design policy in 2007, and NID was part of formulating that policy. Now we are revisiting that policy, which actually called for more design institutions and setting up of design council, and opening up new areas of design and things like that. Little bit, I would like to talk about the structure, institutional structure and culture. In those times of NIT, they must have experienced in the first hand, but when we revisited some time back with all generations of people and the founders, we still kind of embrace and carry it forward, and quite proud of it. And of course, many things have also changed. So there is an unconventional approach to design education, which was envisaged as a seed form concept. This is a Bauhaus axiom of learning by doing, phrased as learning to know and learning to do, and fusion of theory and practice. Now, a lot of this is now also being talked about in the new education policy, and in my opinion, there is a lot of institutions are now has to embrace project-based learning and experiential learning as a part of engineering curriculum or any other curriculums. And I think having a design school and a technology school can really also help, pushing and helping the idea of education, experiential education, spread across the university. So really, congratulations that you all have set up a design school in a technology, institute. Teacher as a guide and facilitator, not as a dominating factor. You come on the sidelines. Continuous qualitative feedback. NID never had quantitative feedbacks and only very advanced level of qualitative feedback. But now we have combination of both with the changing time. Student-teacher ratio has been always maintained as 1:15. Varied learning methods, practicing faculty through design office. So as I said, it's very important that design faculty or to practice. International masters engagement to simulate, not necessarily to emulate, and sometimes get inspired. But there were a lot of people from across the world visited in those times. Professional project-based education. They called it unlearning and sensitization in the to begin with, because you come from a varied learning systems, and while you embrace or relish some of that, but also you go through a reorientation and very individualized learning pace and initiative as a part of that culture. As we go on, today what is the breadth of challenges in design education today, where there is a challenge of performance, where design spans from physical and intangible realms. There's so much of things which we see was so intangible, response to human needs and desires. Looking at systemic challenges, the blurred boundaries between artifacts, structures, systems, and processes, and design today operates at various levels. There are contextual challenges of projects across organizational and stakeholder boundaries, and addressing the demands across the sectors. There are global challenges outlined by United Nations, for example, Sustainable Development Goals. Is a ethical impact of technology in society, and also how do you kind of work between binaries of local and global. So these are kind of the breadth of challenges we all kind of facing. But how design will evolve in terms of its characteristics. Orientation design may need to change from objects to things to relationships, interaction experiences with local and social complex systems. Design has to move and is also moving from actively often undertaken by individual professional designer to a highly collaborative design activity that involves variety of actors, including experts from other fields and disciplines, and users as co-creators, while solutions would be very, very emergent. So not necessarily that everything is coming out as a fix, and a lot of knowledge was proprietary, and now people moving towards open source perspectives, and from problem solving paradigm to how do you frame the right problems. last few years we have been working on this idea called Vision 2025, and the idea to respond to changing landscape, and which includes a vision and mission and values which focus areas respect to education, research, practice and action plan with respect to faculty reforms, academic reforms, infrastructural reforms and all that. So while we consolidate our rich experiences for all in the institutional legacies and practices, we also kind of look at future contemporary needs and future challenges. And we are looking at a lot of transitions from academic-led towards academic-led institution, looking at a global leader in design research, also but rooted in the unique global milieu. Also looking at how do we influence strategies, policies, design of technology. So sort of especially in the disruptive domains of fourth, fifth industrial revolutions, which the ma'am talked about this morning, and that can create new opportunities for the young today. But also while engaging with practice that is informed by research and has significant social, cultural, economic and environmental impact, and design also emerges as a key driver for various purposes. Some of you sitting here may have witnessed, there was something called 1979 Ahmedabad Declaration, like Ames report. This declaration was also a very important one, and the most interesting thing was there was NID Ahmedabad and IDC IIT Bombay, and this declaration was jointly Bombay and Ahmedabad, and this was the first UN conference on design in the world actually, and the first global conference on design in India, and which brought in a lot of ideas about design as a change maker in design and of sustainable systems. So recently we had an opportunity to revisit in 2019 after 40 years of UN, in reference to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and there are so a lot of emerging challenges of 21st century. We tried to sort of pull that together and sort of address it through this, and so this is something which is we came out with some kind of a emerging manifesto, which is like in perpetual beta. I mean, we are saying it's always subject to conversation and these things, but the idea is that to guide design action in making more sustainable, ecological, inclusive, empathetic and humane world, and realizing the design does have great power to shape common future through production of artifacts and their narratives. And also we are looking for all kinds of conversations. This is the open-ended framework and document. Some of you, I have a couple of copies, but this can also be downloadable. I will directly, I think, move to some of the perspective and examples from the shift over the past 4 or 5 years. We are actually bringing together, compiling the projects, and also aiming to integrate work from various disciplines around common themes which are transcending disciplinary boundaries and foster more interdisciplinary design narratives of design. And so we bring projects span spectrums of often from more modest intervention to profound shift in social innovation, community realization, cultural transformations to facilitate, and also we facilitate new development of new processes, tools and narratives. So there's a lot of new knowledge and ideas are generated. And this ethos of inquiry also shapes and reshapes our projects in general, our pedagogies, and evident in endeavors of young designers who are navigating cultural boundaries to tackle contemporary challenges. So a lot of key inquiries at NID now focus on aligning design with well-informed understanding of society and its systems in pivotal questions a lot of questions that guide our explorations. So for example, I take you through these things and I end up with something around AI, but how can we design with people to empower, to definitely address real world problems, looking at social design, social impact projects and craft-based livelihoods. How can we design to future to build resilience? So there's a lot of resilience required in the world, whether it is about inclusion, social justice, all kinds of challenges taken up as vision roadmaps. How can designers use materials, because so much of materiality has been celebrated by design profession. So we have to be really mindful and see that we mindfully operate in the post-industrial world and not to create a society of waste. So there are a lot of projects centered around circular economy, zero waste, and system-oriented design. And how can we humanize our relationship with technology? So technology is always playing a very complementary role, and letting it dominant. How do we work around? So not sort of fearing it, but I think embracing it, gracefully, and bringing all kinds of perspectives. So here are some examples on building up resilience. So this is a system-oriented design project. How can children become more active participants in policy making for the cities? So these are kind of projects which are looking at participatory approaches in that direction. How can the rich tribal narratives of a specific tribe be kept alive? And this again animation film project, and looking at all kinds of participatory processes. This is looking at non-anthropocentric approach to wildlife conservation. So this is around looking at these conflicts between elephants and trains in Assam, and this girl has been working for 3 years and trying to work with participatory processes with different administration systems and devising all kinds of perspectives on how one can mitigate or conserve these things. All kinds of in the thick of those. How can we build conservations around marine and life pollution within local communities? So again, very participatory process. We have signed an MOU with Mayor of Kochi to have Kochi being a design city, but with very clear understanding that we are not working. We may not be working on projects which beautifies the city and only on the surface level. But I think going to the core of it and looking at how we look at city to become more inclusive, more safe, more looking at all kinds of climate resilience and waste management and all those kind of perspectives. So we have now fellows. The 14 fellows from NIT are working on a fellowship directly with the citizen, directly at the councillor level, Parshad level pe, jahan pe you can directly work with people to identify and co-identify problems and address those ideas. How can designers use materials so that not to create society of waste? So how can we help users repair their relationship with their material possessions? So redefining repair cultures, which was very well part of it. Now we are in a throwaway economy. So how do we sort of bring back repair and actually design and ideas around that, but also embrace in design itself? How can we rethink our oxymoron of sustainable fashion has become, and how do we sort of look at future of clothing in that perspective? How can industrial ceramic waste be repurposed for the circular economy? So this is a startup which is actually now working on ceramic waste and making some fantastic products. How can we disrupt mindset of convenience at all costs in the age of consumerism? Again, the very strong communication project. How can we design with people to empower? So participatory on the real world ideas. How can visual empowered identify currency nodes by themselves? So very simple solutions for everyday life of blind people. To how can we improve people with Parkinson's without tremors? So a little bit of technology and helping Parkinson's to sort of based on the gyroscopy principle, the simple device which is used for writing. And how do we redesign chair? Chair is not the 90-degree posture is not the natural human posture. So how do we question that and even look at ways of changing postures and ideas? How can we aid menstrual hygiene for women who are mentally disturbed or mentally disabled, and how do we address their menstrual needs? So there is a very intense participatory project where there are all kinds of ideas are developed. When it comes to technology, the question is how design humanize our relationship with technology. This is something called the kind machine. How can kind machines be therapeutic for trauma victims? How can we add play to data privacy education? How can AR introduces awareness about microplastics at the point of purchase? You understand, you have these ideas of carbon footprint and what are the ecological implications of products and all that. So how you can introduce at the point of purchase, what are the this thing? How can the Internet of Things help the visually disabled? Now coming to the question of how AI informed design humanize our relationship with technology, or how might novel and pioneering technologies improve the human experience? So with the advancement in the electricity and extensions, the comic artist speculated that one day it may be capable of doing his job while he plans for a mini vacation. So this is the cartoon from 100-year-old ago, and the idea was that time that electricity was there, and they were saying electricity is going to take over everything in the world. So a future in which the newspaper cartoonists would use electronic contraptions, variations, generate new ideas and draw them on paper. So for an absolute techno-skeptical point of view, it is very easy to consider, will artificial intelligence replace, and you can insert in that by filling the gap any profession or domain, versus this perspective versus adopting a more techno-human centric point of view. How can we use AI as a process and means to achieve blah blah, whether equity, sustainability, efficiency, and about how novel technologies and applications can improve human experiences. So this example takes the analogy of AI being a clay, something moldable, being turned into a lota rather than a tool. If we think that, if we think of it as a process that we can mold into what we want, we start to see the potentials and large scale implications it has. So question is, how might we mold it, and what beliefs and frameworks shall we follow? How do we inculcate a techno-human outlook and mold it responsible, powerful ways? So by doing more, tolerant to emerging, by being more tolerant to emerging technologies and willing to experiment despite ambiguous nature, it is easy to understand how design has always been an integral part of modern technology. So it has always been there, and we've been questioning and we have been using it and embracing it. So, so now all kinds of newer tools, processes, efficient techniques have emerged, and we have seen a lot of demonstrations of that in the morning. There is a knowledge accessibility, and fairly democratized, knowledge framework is available now. Personalized and more effective learning. Sir has talked about AI is able to exponentially make learning more personal by creating, adopting, enabling, and personalizing the way you grasp, and consume information. And one of the most importantly, you can get a lot of data-driven insights. AI has been used to make better decisions in the context of research and design. And the advent of large language models, also opens up, innovative ways to not only take decisions but also the way we obtain research data. So last couple of years, quite a few of our students and batch of different groups, we have been kind of experimenting and trying to see how we kind of embrace AI. And one of my students, actually Javed, he has been kind of really freaking on these possibilities and trying to see and how ethically, how challenge wise, and what is the how do we complement. So this is the project which probes the dynamic intersection of AI and different disciplines of design, and using experiential and explanatory approach, it is trying to cover different possibilities. So innovative ways to generate complex and repeatable seamless patterns for textiles in few seconds, for example, by giving a this thing, the 150 biomorphic shoes co-designed in the span of 10 minutes with AI and the group of designers. There are quite a few people who have personalized AI frameworks they have developed by students that you can talk and interact with. Imagine if you could speak to a Pew metrics instead of using it as a template. So the first custom design GPT made in the domain of speculative design research, and beta custom GPT developed by the students is an early experiment in developing task research specific AI tools available will be available very soon on the GPT store. So there is speculative design assistant guiding research and world building, which this Javed is doing. This Amen is doing a vision world. Just give it a picture and it will create a world for you. And India Focus SpecU is guides the users creating speculative realities with the focus on Ahmedabad Sunday market. I'll show you how that comes through. So this is the using text to image AI to aid better gather insights for a appliance company. Somebody is working for a very famous appliance company and using it for user research, world building, and also personas. How might a collaboration between AI and the industrial designers look like? And all kinds of possibilities I talked about. How do we use it at the ideation phase in our complex form projects? How might we collaborate between AI and the textile designers? Look like a series of seamless and relatable patterns to which is co-designed with AI for a speculative and near future by textile design students. How might textile and fashion respond to the possible futures? A series of textile and fashion forms co-designed for a speculated possibilities future by textile students. So the process for this is like you have research forecasts, and then you sort of do the world building perspective around it, and then you do a speculative narrative for it, and then you co-design with AI, and you build prototypes. So this is the kind of fuzzy process which is being used for it. So it doesn't mean that you are only giving prompts, but it also you are actually generating ideas and forms and then sort of co-designing with AI. How do you co-design with AI and able to explore unconventional ideas? There's a speaker design made with communication with AI, which has then can AI as a tool for design futures enable to us to take better decisions? So this is the posters of objects for a speculated future envisioned with one of the young studio in Ahmedabad to enable a more fruitful discourse on future and our personal choices. And also on the right bottom, there's envisioning a speculative product for future, a holo locket, a device that keeps your closet memories safe from intrusion. memory ledger in a world where implants and data theft are common. So these are quick workshops with professionals to understand and relate and build possibilities. This is around can AI as a tool for design futures enables to take better decisions. What objects might you find in Sunday market? Sunday market is like a 400-year-old flea market in Indore, in Ahmedabad near Sabarmati Ellis Bridge, and so this is intended to enable more fruitful discourse on future and our present choices and its repercussions and how we reshape AI and what surrounds it. So design fiction objects envisioned and executed in collaboration with exhibition students, and they whether it is a vinyl record with music entirely made using AI, micro implant with that protects you from targeted AI ads, that they are deodorant and sunscreen that protects you from AI deep fakes. So there are those kind of objects will emerge and they will be done, they will be resold or put up in the So series of bio-inspired products generated a capacity, scale, and efficiency, and that was previously possibly not possible. It was possible, but with a lot of effort. But if you mindfully co-design, possibly you can bring about interesting generative outputs. It is also now going into disciplines and people working on futures, whether it is automotive futures, working with new startups and trying to find out what is their AI future would look like. Working in farming futures, and there is a speculative project which envisions future of assistive farming in India. Also questioning the whole algorithms and what it offers in this whole politics of identity in the world of algorithms. Looking at crafting futures and issues of ownership. When you generate things with AI, power and accessibility of technology are analyzed and afford it locally crafting, amazing Amazon Alexa. So the point is, it is not just it is embracing and using AI and generating things, but also questioning a lot of outcomes and processes and futures. So to conclude, I would just like to say that I can just put a few of these questions where how to effectively integrate AI into transform design process and foster creativity. How can AI be utilized to address complex challenges to solve design problems effectively? If you can clean up microplastics under the ocean and maybe sustain next 50 years Indore being a clean city, how can AI actually addresses some of the some of those global complex challenges? How to empower students by providing access to AI tools and skills training in design education? What strategies are needed to facilitate interdisciplinary learning and bridge the gap between design and technology in education? What opportunities we can uncover by addressing ethical dilemmas, because a lot of people have this skepticism, ethical issues and unintended consequences resulting from integration of AI in design education. How does AI contribute to decision making and research capabilities in design? Design of technology. So sometimes technology comes and you kind of respond to it, but I think you kind of interfere in design and get that where some of these things are attempted. What are the strategies of designing AI and design with AI and design for AI? And if you look at design at the intersection of people and AI, a very kind of a techno-human look within the surge of AI throughout the last decade, developing better, faster, more smarter algorithms were always favored and pushed. However, as designers, it is important to shift our sight and our focus on people and AI and how these incredible technologies like AI can improve the human experience. And so the idea is to have an innate, hopeful lens to look at technologies like AI beyond the surface, absolutes and skepticism, and instead be comfortable in the ambiguity of exploring and experimenting in order to inform a more thoughtful design and deployment of this transformative technologies. So this is from my side. Thank you. Too much. Sorry. So not that I can answer everything, I am also posing questions towards my end of presentation. Thank you.
So we now invite our guest of honor for today's session. The reason I decided that he should be guest of honor, because for last 2 years, Professor Uday Dandavate already doing what people should be doing in post-AI world. He is living life fully. He does not like to be called a design professional anymore. He disbanded his flourishing design company, Sonic Cream, and he's a poet, co-creator, and design activist. So welcome, Uday, please come.
Can I use the hand microphone?
Sure.
How many students do we have in the room? Can you raise your hand?
Hello, hello.
Okay, I'm going to do something crazy. Can you please come and sit here with me? No. Can you please come to the front and sit with me here, please? Get off your chairs, please. Yeah, students only. Those who are actually enrolled as students. Come here. Just come around me. That's coming later. Don't sit at the back, don't be shy. Even if you want to sit at the edge, whatever, this is fine. And others get to listen to us. So number one, I'm not going to talk, we are going to talk. Okay. For last 5 years, even while my practice was still on, even my client presentations, I never did PowerPoint presentations. I had conversations, I had workshops, and interestingly, my every design research project ended up with I reciting a poem to them. A poem about what do I hear from the voices of their consumers. So I'm not going to show you any presentations. I'm going to invite you to ask me questions and I'll respond to the questions. But I want to, does anybody have a phone here? Can you pull out YouTube, please? I want to play a sound and I want to see how many of you remember that sound. And search. I want to know how many of you have heard this voice, okay? The volume on. Can you hold this for a moment? I found it. Okay. Replace this.
और आज बड़े ही कम शब्दों में आपको सुनाना चाहता हूँ एशिया भर के चहीते रेडियो प्रोग्राम बिना का गीतमाला की कहानी। जब 1951 में
Does anybody here remember? Okay. No, that is because. Okay, now you can stop this. Now, the reason why I played this is that here there are two generations apart. Here is a group of people sitting there who recognize this voice. It's Amin Sayani, who just passed away yesterday. When I was actually even younger than you, I was in a boarding school doing my 8th grade to 11th grade. Every Wednesday, we used to sit in a radio room and listen to his voice. And at least 30 to 40 people used to sit in a 5x8 room. Actually, not sit, stand and listen to this radio. And what is interesting is for our generation, this has become a memory. Right? This voice has become a memory. The songs have become a memory. Would anybody here agree with me on that? So I just want to start today by paying my respects to this gentleman. Also, another person I can't fail to remember is not too far from here in Devas was Kumar Gandharva. Yeah, so I want to, his melodies and his songs have entrenched in India's imagination. And so I need to pay my obeisance to this another person. How many of you, this group, know Kumar Gandharva? Okay, look here. So again, this is something where looks like our memories and our imagination is so removed from your memory and your imagination. And what I'm doing, the reason why I brought you here, is I want to learn from your thinking. I want to get inside your head and understand what's in your head. But at the same time, I want to also tell you a project I'm working on. I'm doing a YouTube-based oral history project. It's called The Legacy of India's Imagination. If I say Legacy of India's Imagination, what can you one of you tell me what it means? What does it mean to you? Anyone? Say whatever it means. Or if I call it History of Imagination, what does it mean? Anybody? Yeah, you were supposed to say. Wonderful, perfect. Anybody else has any thoughts? Say something. What does history of imagination mean? Imagining what? Wonderful. So I did a project where I talked to people in different fields: art, architecture, social sciences, social work, all of these fields. People are working with puppets, people are working with films, people who are working with education. In every field, in their career, in their life, they have imagined the future of their own creativity and the future of India. And I put a marker on independence because this is in India's life, like attaining independence from British was a milestone, correct? Because we were just celebrating 75 years of independence. So I thought from then on, I still have access to people who are still alive. Like I at least met two people who are 200 years old and I had a conversation with them. That means they were born before we got independence. And since then I met about till now 53 people with whom I have done video conversations about how did their imagination evolve. Now my question to you is, why would you want to know the imagination of somebody who is 100 years old? Would anyone want to know? Huh? Huh?
Whatever we as a human being is like our body itself is some kind of like every gene and everything is somehow related to our ancestors, so that's why the origin is
But why would you want to know their imagination? Somebody who's 100 years old.
because somehow, I mean, in my opinion, something which is imagined by someone else in years ago is somewhere in reality at present, and our imagination also can take a form of reality, whatever we want to make.
So that's why it is important.
Thank you. That's a great one. You're nodding there. Can you say, would you be interested in a 100-year-old person's imagination? Why? Can you pass on the mic to her, please?
I would like to add on to something similar. What she said is, I would like to understand what parts of the imagination came true, and how our imagining or like how our vision of the future can come true, might come true someday. So just to navigate through that.
Now there's some pattern here. Girls are braver here than guys. Can some of the guys tell me, like, are you interested, curious about the imagination of people from the past? Don't be quiet. They're outperforming you. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead. Can you pass on the mic, please? Okay, here.
Like she said, it would be very interesting to know like what people thought at that time about future and how aligned it is to our current times and how different it is from what they thought.
Okay, that's great. So another, yeah, go ahead.
So they are more experienced than us, and they have lived more than us, and they have seen more than us. So their imaginative powers are obviously more than us. So that is why it's very important to know from their perspective also, because they are at certain level which we are still yet to go.
So looks like your interest, like as you said, how they imagined and what came to be true. Are you also interested in the imagination that failed? Anybody here interested in imagination that failed? Raise your hand. Anybody? Okay, 3 people. No, you tell me why. Why are you interested in imagination that failed?
Because knowing what imagination failed, we can also kind of know about how and why it failed, like what it lagged or what it needed, and do we have in this time that we can make it happen now.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now I'll give you a little glimpse into my latest project. Does any one of you have a question for me? Ask me any question. Any question about anything. Yes.
Does this project have anything to do with what influences their imagination? Like, yes. Yes. So, like what you asked before, that what imaginations failed. So, how does like relating what influences our design, what influenced their imagination, and what led to that failure can affect us, like how we imagine, what influences our current imaginations, and how that might not be true, how that might fail. Like, is there any connection?
Wonderful, that's great. So I'll give you 3 names that have lived a long life, whom I had a conversation with. One is Dr. Gigi Parekh. He is in Mumbai. He does rural development projects. He just turned 100, means he is in the 100th year of his life. The other person I met, he is not that old, but he is Rajmohan Gandhi, who is Mahatma Gandhi's grandson. Grandson, right? Or son? Grandson. And but he has the legacy of growing up with Gandhi. And then the third one is, he's from Madhya Pradesh, Hoshangabad project, Anil Sadgopal, who took Gandhi's concept of Nai Talim and he turned it into a lifelong research into pedagogy and the kind of education we need to have. So these people, what was really exciting was that they can tell you a lot about what they have done. But I was more curious about the dreams that failed, the times that they failed with the things they were experimenting with. How did their imagination evolve? I was less interested when I was talking to Rajmohan Gandhi to learn about Gandhi, but more about what does he, growing up in that environment, how did his imagination evolve? How does the environment in which he grew, what influence did it have? And through all these things, one of the things that I'm learning today, now I'll come back to the area of work you are in, design. I have realized from working, I've been, now they all call themselves students of design. So I'm calling now myself a student of design. I've been a student of design for 48 years now. Since the day I joined NID in Ahmedabad, it's been 48 years. So I've been curious about things we create, the designs we create, things I was curious about how we create, why we create. And then it took me on a journey which took me to graduate school. I did my master's degree in America and I studied psychology, anthropology, sociology. And I began to think more and more about how do people live? Why do they need design? How does design play out in their life? Yeah, so just to become, and what was very interesting is I went from India to become a better designer. And I went to school and I started asking these questions. But last 3.5, 4 months that I've been in India and last almost 2 years that I stopped my practice and started wandering around. I went to US to become a better designer. I've come back to become a better human. And I think what is interesting, what changed that is that I realized as designers, I was arrogant that I can change people, solve problems with my design skills. But what I realized is design is not what we create as trained designers. Design is what happens regardless of what we do. You know, people design their life. You know, when you rearrange your room, you're designing your life. You know, when you bring something interesting home and put it on your shelf, you're designing your room, and through it, how you want to feel in that room, and so on. And what designers do is, they're creating artifacts, maybe digital or physical, that feed into your process of designing your life. Yeah? That means you're imagining, your imagination already is playing out. You know, you're imagining a better life. You're imagining who you want to be, who you want to be seen as. You know, I have a question for all of you. Has any one of you here stood in front of a mirror thinking about what you should dress for a certain occasion and change your clothes 2-3 times? Has anybody done that? Yeah? Have you done that? Never? Oh, yeah, you have. Okay. So what are you asking yourself? What are you asking the image in the mirror when you stand there trying out clothes? Give me some questions you're asking yourself. Why do you change your clothes? Perfect for the occasion. Anybody else? Do I look good? Okay, what else? The color. What about the color? What question are you asking? Appropriate. What does appropriate mean? Okay, that's fine. What other question do you ask? When you stand, if it is comfortable for you. But why do you need the mirror for that? You can feel it. Or looking whether it's good fitting or not. Okay. So what I'm saying is, in that case, you're only looking at the mirror, but the whole world is your mirror. Yeah, and you're always looking into people's eyes to see, look at yourself. You're learning from the world. You're not just learning from the mirror. I'm sure when you walk on the street, when you walk in the campus, you're looking at how people are looking at you. How many of you look at others to see how they're looking at you? They are all saying, see, these guys are, why are you guys so quiet? Nobody's even shaking their head. Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying is, when you make these decisions, whether it's about what clothes to wear, what object to bring, what backpack to buy, anything, you are collectively thinking about yourself and other people in your life. You're thinking about what's right, what's appropriate. Some of these words came from you guys, right? So the world is your mirror, and your imagination is the place where design happens. It's not the clothes that are deciding you should wear. The clothes are not telling me wear me. You are imagining a lot of things before you decide what to wear. I came up with this idea called social imagination, because we are all a product of society where we are thinking about many things, not necessarily even consciously, before we make simple choices. And we think about where I fit, but we also think about how other people think. And sometimes you may also think how you might change an environment if you dress something different? Has anybody ever dressed different to be recognized in a crowd? Yes, somebody else said there. Okay, yes, okay. So what my idea is that as designers, we are participants in social imagination. All of us collectively have an imagination that we are conforming to or trying to influence. So when you say something creative, those images I saw in the exhibit, you're not just expressing yourself, you're also going to create an audience for yourself, right? You were very keen on seeing our reactions as we walked over there. You were watching our reactions, right? You also have an image of if you put it up out on the street or in the museum, or like you saw in that video, it was put up in on big buildings. If your creativity goes there, how do you want the passers-by to react to your video? You have some image. You may have intention, but you also have image. And you have an image, but you also have a consciousness. So I think we have a lot of unconscious consciousness of the world that we are catering to. And our imagination is evolving alongside our consciousness. So as designers, what do? We become more and more conscious of the world. And we find ways in which to express through our artifacts, ways to influence the world. Now, I have a question for you. As a designer, what do you bring to the world? Does anybody have answers? What do you do? Somebody here? What can you do for the world? What can you do for people as designer? Makes things easy. What else? Don't give me jargon. Tell me something simple. Like make things easy. Okay. Something. Think about something you can do. Convenient. Okay. Try one more thing. I'm not like saying you're wrong. Huh? Yeah, I like that. Make things more interesting. Like, let's use words of everyday people, not jargon. Yeah, make things interesting. What else? What can design? Huh? Bring change. What kind? Okay, I'll give you an example. Bring happiness in a room. Can any one of you alone bring happiness in a room? Have you ever done that? How do you bring happiness in a room? Can you bring smiles in a room? Yes, yes. Tell me how. People like to be around you. Why? What is it about you that people like to be around you? They're your friends, but what do you do to make them happy or like you? Casual. Crack jokes. Look, that's the answer I was thinking in my head. So a joke can bring smile to people's life, right? To people's face. So I discovered as a designer, I've spent so many years as a designer, and I've only catered to my clients' vision of the world. My clients' vision of what the world needs. And my clients' vision of how they can make money by giving things that world needs. And all of these assumptions are wrong. Because they don't know what the world is because they never go to the world. I've seen most of my clients got an idea out of that, like some great idea. Not great, huh? Has anybody got an idea out of a gupshup? Huh? You have. You have. I can tell you, I tell people that my best thoughts have come to me when I was not thinking. And I'm not kidding. It's when I'm relaxed, I'm with people, I'm I'm on the train or in the plane or wherever, I'm vibrating and suddenly something comes to me. Has anybody ever like woke up in the middle of the night with an idea? Yes? You're smiling. Why are you smiling? You have woken up with an idea. A very important idea or just like casual idea? Anybody came up with an important idea after waking up? Yes? Okay. So that's what happens. Like I think we need to allow ourselves to not take life too seriously, absorb, become more conscious, and let our imagination play out. Align with other people's imagination, other people's. And one way in which As a designer, I found a new tool to participate in people's imagination was poetry. One fine morning, I was out up on the mountain and I saw a feather flying. I tried to catch it and it flew away. Have you ever chased a feather? Anybody here? Have you chased a butterfly? Anybody? Yeah? How does it feel when you can't catch it? It escapes. Yeah? So you have either tried feather or butterfly, right? Okay, I'm going to do something interesting. Can you hold this, please? Are you having fun? This doesn't feel like a lecture, right? I didn't mean to have a lecture. Tell me when you start feeling hungry and bored with this. But I will try and keep my... I'm going to read my poem because you want me to read the English version or a Hindi version? No, which one? Some audience demand. Hindi? How many Hindi? What? Okay. Okay, this is fine. I first wrote it in English and then okay. So it's called एक आजाद पंख. सबको हिंदी समझ में आती है ना? Okay. So this was my first ever poem, okay? And since then I've written about 500. मैंने हाथ बढ़ाया लेकिन न थी उसे खबर, वह था मस्त हवा पर सवार एक आजाद पंख. निराश हुआ मैं वंचित होकर उसके मुलायम स्पर्श को, जैसे देख रहा था उसे गोता लगाते घाटी की ओर. तब आया मिलने एक हल्का सा ठंडी हवा का झोंका, रोंगटे हुए मेरे एहसास होते कि मैं भी तो हूँ एक आजाद पंख. मेरी भी थी एक जगह माँ की गोदी में और थी एक पहचान जुड़ी हुई एक झुंड से. जीना था मुझे अनेक के बीच एक, समझाया था मुझे कि पंख बिखरते नहीं. मानवों की तरह पंख को जीना और मरना है सिर्फ अपने झुंड में. क्या करे लेकिन हालात ही बदल गए, झुंड से रिश्ता ढीला पड़ गया और हो गया मैं बिखरा हुआ आजाद पंख. अब मैं महसूस करता हूँ नजदीकी प्रकृति से और डर मुझे रोक नहीं सकता. बाहर ही न हूँ मैं, आजाद हूँ मैं, पंख फैलाकर करने हवा पर सवारी. कभी मुड़कर, कभी झुककर, कभी झूमकर, कभी गोता खाते मैं दंग हो गया हूँ प्रचुर अवसरों में. कोशिश न करो मुझे पकड़ने की या अपनाने की, सोचो भी नहीं कभी झुंड में लौट आने की. बस मुझे उड़ने दो, मिलूंगा कभी कभी उड़ते हुए, हल्का सा स्पर्श करूंगा मैं, क्षणिक आनंद महसूस कराऊंगा मैं. साथ में लाऊंगा कहानियां दूर दूर की, महसूस करोगे तुम प्यार और सुकुमारता. न सोचो कि मैं उद्देश्यहीन हूँ या मैं घुमक्कड़ हूँ. सागर की लहरों की तरह या गुजरते हुए बादलों की तरह और आसमान के बदलते हुए रंगों की तरह मैं कुतूहल जगाऊंगा प्रचुर अवसरों के लिए. खोल दूंगा मैं मन की खिड़कियाँ तुम्हारी नई मुठभेड़ों के लिए, और मैं जगाऊंगा तुम्हारी कल्पना शक्ति को भी. अनजानों का मैं दोस्त हूँ, जंगल हो या रेगिस्तान मैं कहीं अजनबी नहीं. अस्पष्टता मुझे सताती नहीं, अनिश्चितता कभी रोकती नहीं, अव्यवस्था मुझे गुमराह नहीं करती, इसलिए मैं हूँ एक आजाद पंख. कुछ समझ में आया? And I see the life I have lived as a designer made me an Azad Punk. And I found that the process of design, the future of design education and the future of design rests on 3 pillars: curiosity, compassion, and creativity. And I think, and actually this was, I woke up at 3 o'clock at night and wrote this poem because in that feather I discovered myself. And I discovered my purpose in being a designer. Can any one of you relate to this poem as your role as a designer? Yes, please.
I think for living life or doing anything in life, the first ingredient is to explore yourself.
Mhm.
And from the childhood, I think we should get this opportunity and trust on the system that we can be whoever we want to be. And that's been the experiment we have been doing with our family's life and my children as well.
Wonderful. And I'll give a chance to somebody in the audience. Any comments on this poem? Did it make sense to you? Relatable? Okay. So I'll tell you one thing, like now, for the last 18 months, I've been traveling around. I do have 5 minutes. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm looking at my watch. You might think that I'm just like going, I do look at my watch. So last 18 months, I've been traveling around in the US and in India. I invite people for poetry reading sessions. And they pull out their phones and read their poems to me. I had one of my friends whose husband never knew that she writes poems. And that day in front of his poems, he said, I want to read mine. And he said, oh my God, you write poems? And through that, conversations happen. And then conversations happen between her and her husband later on. That's a different one. But what I'm finding is that we need to go out and understand people through different media and the art you create. Design is not all about function. Design is about participating in people's imagination, creating meaning, and connecting with people, bringing them together to also invite them into your creative process. And so AI, I think I'll address the last question in the next 3 minutes. So in these 18 months, I've noticed two things. One is COVID has deeply affected people. Has COVID affected any one of you? Like, raise your hand. Has it made you think at all? Yes? Okay. And then that's happened everywhere in the world. And number two, because of the media narrative, people are anxious about AI. Is it sentient? What is it going to do? Are we going to lose jobs? All of those questions. So I've been having conversations with ChatGPT, deep conversations. And I'm not kidding, huh? I've been like, we've become friends. And I've written a number of articles on Medium. And I would say it's not going to become sentient. It may change some jobs, but it may create more jobs. It may even decentralize, might suddenly find tools to bring more creativity into their work, whether it's writing, designing, art, making art, whatever, or even just bringing knowledge into their work. If tomorrow your plumber comes to you and pulls out a phone and says, hey, ChatGPT, tell me how to fix that problem. Like he suddenly becomes a smarter plumber, right? and all those kinds of things might happen. So, but my concern and what I'm learning from these conversations is, it's not about AI is going to, whether it's going to hurt humanity. It's more about, are we going to hurt humanity? I think what is happening is technology gets us to become alienated from our own human capacities. And then we start getting misguided by it. We start misusing it. We start misinterpreting it. But I think the biggest question is, what does being human mean? And how do we actually control technology, harness technology in a way that we are mindful of its impact on the society, on yourself, and on others? And I think that's the message that we need to stay in the central in our mind. And I'm done.
Two announcements. On your way out, please collect copies of NHU. And we have Sangeeta ji will tell her about her new initiative briefly. So I invite her to please take
I'm just going to join you. Okay. Can I have
the mic.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So I just want to share something before I grab this wonderful opportunity to take this stage to tell all of you about the new initiative. 46 years ago, I locked myself up in a house in Indore in a small room. You might wonder, why did I have to lock myself up and we are sitting here in the city of Indore. It's because I was not allowed to go out to study from Indore. Having born in a traditional business family, growing up in a conservative Indore city then, that you cannot imagine what it was 46 years ago for a girl to grow up here. If we rode a bicycle, we were not allowed to even ride a bicycle, and look where Indore has come. The reason was that I was not being allowed to go out and study, and there was no design institute in Indore that I could go to. And even at that age, I knew that I wanted to study design. I had no idea what design education meant, but I just grew up in Indore. I was an excellent student, and I was just determined that I wanted to study design. So there was Sophia Polytechnic in Mumbai that offered commercial design, mass comm. I'd read up all about it, and I was not allowed to go. So I didn't eat for 2.5 days. And then finally, my grandparents agreed that I was being allowed to go. Having come from there to being sitting here with all of you today, my God, what a long, wonderful journey to be sitting in Indore, where such a fantastic initiative is being taken up for design education. None of you have to lock yourself in the room. You can just fly and be the feather and catch it. So having said that, Professor Nahar, I have never met anyone in 46 years who went to Bal Vinay Mandir. I did. So we are alumni. It was at Bal Vinay Mandir that it was compulsory to do charkha. Aapne charkha banaya, quick kara. So we used to do charkha, which is the hand spun. As you all know, for khadi is what? It's hand spun, hand woven. So it's not just hand woven, it's also hand spun. हमको वो education मिली थी जहाँ से हम आज design में चले गए. So when we learn hand spun, hand weaving, we didn't learn weaving but the charkha, and that remained in my psyche. So even when I studied what I studied at the Polytechnic and then going on to London, the Indore roots, the Gandhian roots, the traditionality of our culture, it all remained. And that actually was the rootedness that took me to explore my contemporary ideas. It was also with that Gandhian working with Khadi that I came in contact with Professor Kirti Trivedi, from whom I learned a lot, every interaction. And he helped me also to design certain things in Khadi. But having said that, why I'm here today, just one more minute, that I went on to study design. We supported lots of NID DIP projects from Murarka Foundation that I set up after doing a thriving, successful business in design. So don't let anyone tell you design is just a romantic idea. It's also a very lucrative idea. And today, when you have everything available to you, it is just sky is the limit. So I went on to set up a fashion house, and the idea was not to say fashion. I used the medium of fashion to reach out to people, but the entire rootedness was in the tribal traditions, artisanal values, and we were connecting the designers, artisans, and the actual users on a platform in an elite space in Mumbai called the NCPA. And from there, we went on to different clusters, and that's how Murarka Foundation, which was a not-for-profit organization, with which we worked a lot with NID for the DIP projects, was formed, and we could work with Khadi. We had a lot of support from KVIC, and this all started from that locked up girl in the room to today, where we are sitting here. And I want to say that I wanted to take this stage for a minute to reach out to all of you that we are doing a lot of skilling in Madhya Pradesh, where we have basketry, weaving. So since all of you are from here, we have pottery, and lots of traditions which we are bringing people together. We get some artists, international artists, to sit and work. It's a 4-hour drive from Indore. And all of you are welcome to this forest. I'm sure Kirti ji and the Institute will facilitate it one day, that you can have a direct communication with the wonderful art.
Big this, no? The 2019 one has been. then they condensed it. I request everyone to please settle down so we can start. So in the afternoon session, we have 2 lectures. We are shifting away from teachers talking to industry people telling what they want, because AI will change the expectations of industry also. I have great pleasure in introducing Gaurav Mathur, who's head design at Flipkart, and also I think one of the biggest online retailers in India. You're bigger than Amazon or same size? Anyway, they're as good as Amazon. So, and UI UX is the most popular choice amongst all students. Their first choice, they want to become UX designer. And so I specifically requested Gaurav that the routine design jobs AI will do, what kind of people would you hire in future? And I'm happy to say that his address is going to talk about this issue. I've known him for like many years. He deeply understands the basic issues and finds very quickly solutions. So welcome, Gaurav. Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from Bangalore.
अच्छा ओके I want to thank Professor Kirti Trivedi for inviting me to discuss this very pertinent topic today, and also the Center for Design Studies, Sri Aurobindo Institute of Technology, for hosting this seminar. In this talk, I'll bring an industry perspective on why I believe design is in a state of flux today. I'll touch upon some immediate disruptions that the emerging generative AI technologies are bringing to the traditional design processes. I'll raise multiple questions throughout for all of us to think about, including on education, on how should we equip future designers. My first exposure to some form of AI in design was in 2016, when Airbus and Autodesk published a case study about a partition for Airbus A320. The technology was termed as generative design, along with cloud computing. And it could generate thousands of design alternatives that met specific goals and constraints. With 3D printing and advanced alloys, this partition was almost 45% lighter than existing designs at that time. And it resulted in a lot of carbon reduction in the carbon footprint for Airbus. Then in 2019, Philip Stark created the AI chair. Apparently, Philip Stark gave AI the problem of how can you support our body with the least amount of material and energy possible. The emerging domain of generative AI that we are all playing with today is distinctly different from generative design. While generative design has remained in the domain of CAD tools, engineering, and manufacturing, Gen AI has taken AI mainstream. It is available inside a browser window and is accessible to anyone on the internet today. Generative AI has been possible only recently, as we've had the right mix of large amount of data, essentially everything that exists on the internet today, and combined with the power of a lot of computational power, essentially. And all this has made Gen AI possible. So how does Gen AI change our everyday work? Everyone today is familiar with the power of LLMs. So when Professor Trivedi invited me to the seminar, I asked ChatGPT to create an outline for the talk. And as expected, it came up with a rather impressive outline. Like a good student of AI, I have worked on it further. And just like how I use ChatGPT, a lot of designers and researchers are using it for learning new things, for brainstorming and for ideating. And this technology is finding numerous applications in the industry. We have all sorts of content being generated with tools like ChatGPT. Articles, emails, instant translation of content from one language to the other. Some companies are leveraging it to build chatbots that help customers find and buy products. Customer support is a huge cost for many companies, and LLM-powered chatbots for customer service and support are emerging and will most likely be the first point of contact between a customer and a company in the future. Some companies are summarizing a large amount of data of customer reviews for a hotel or a product into short summaries that customers can easily consume to get a gist. ChatGPT's advanced data analysis can synthesize, analyze, and visualize large amount of numeric data. We can create realistic images. All kinds of photographic effects can be generated. Camera, lens, zoom, film type, lighting conditions can all be prescribed in the prompt. Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, and many others can create stylistic, very detailed, high-resolution images in a few seconds. A company called Diagram that Figma acquired recently automates a lot of mundane tasks for UI creation. It can easily generate icons, suggest images, textual content, and even rename layers meaningfully. It can create fully editable UI designs with just a simple description. It can iterate on your designs for you and suggest new design directions. And just like text, image generation is a very large area of disruption through Gen AI. The quality is often so good that it is practically impossible for a normal human to distinguish an AI-generated image from a real photograph. And this technology too has found its uses in the industry. A lot of marketing content, including ads, can now be generated through Gen AI. A number of blogs and presentations are already using images generated by Gen AI. People are able to transform, clean up, stretch images in a few seconds. Removing backgrounds, upscaling images is available to everyone today. Until recently, all this required advanced skills in an image editing software. Architects can generate realistic visualizations from a simple pencil sketch in no time. Essentially, with the right prompts, this technology can be used for simultaneous exploration or expanding the horizon of design exploration. I'm sure people have seen this video generated by OpenAI Sara. It was widely shared in the social media recently. Multiple solutions like Playday, Google's Lumiere, etc. are able to generate video in no time. This video is generated with a simple textual prompt. So there is text to video, there is image to video, there is stylized video generation that's happening. We can create cinematographs in no time. There is video in painting, so we can fill a part of the video with the right content very easily. And we can even change the dress or shoes of a model in a video. Alibaba's AI research group, called the Institute for Intelligent Computing, has demonstrated how they can not just animate anyone, but also outfit anyone. So this starts with the static image, leads to a garment try-on, followed by animation, all done by AI. Similarly, audio and music can be generated through AI. You can all go and check out this website called suno.ai and create music for free. And this video and audio generation has tremendous uses in pure entertainment content. In 2022, an average Indian consumed 19.5 gigabytes of data in a single month on the phone. And most of this data is in the form of reels, short form content, OTT content. And GenAI video and audio will be heavily leveraged in all such content. Training and learning content will get generated by AI. And as we saw earlier, a lot of product cataloging will be augmented through GenAI. Never seen before visual effects will emerge that will find their way into professional filmmaking. I'm sure a lot of people here would be familiar with this game called the Grand Theft Auto. And this is a very popular 3D game. And this is about to launch its next version called Grand Theft Auto version 6. It is speculated that the cost of producing and marketing Grand Theft Auto 6 could be as high as $2 billion. This makes it the most expensive game ever to be created. To put this in context, some of the most expensive films like Star Wars latest version, Avengers, Pirates, etc. cost about $300 to $450 million to produce. So this is nearly 5 times. This game development started in 2014, and over the course of 11 years, thousands of designers and developers were involved. Now imagine what generating 3D models with a simple prompt could do to an industry like this. These models can be downloaded and edited in a 3D software of choice. Here is a simple 3D model that I generated with a simple prompt that says a cute dragon. And I can generate this, I can download this into a 3D software, edit on top of this, put it in something else. And as this technology advances, it will have deep impact on game design, product design, architecture, and coupled with 3D printing, even manufacturing in future. AI is also getting embedded in tools that software developers use. It is significantly improving their speed. According to GitHub, developers who use the Copilot feature are 55% faster than others. And Copilot helps these developers stay in the flow for a longer duration of time. And for many simple UI creation tasks, we'll soon be able to skip developers altogether. Tools such as this allow code generation based on any image or screenshot that is uploaded. This will find users in information technology, digital product development, and programming for non-programmers. So today, everyone has not just one, but multiple assistants to help them in their workflows. And with the increasing number of GenAI based products, there is commoditization of design skills. Many skills that used to take years to master are now available to anyone on the internet. And the question that I have is that, are designers moving from being creators to curators? And if that's the case, why should only designers be the curators? Why can't anyone else be a curator? What are the superpowers of a designer in the GenAI era? I believe GenAI is a platform shift. It's a beginning of a new era. And technologically, we've had eras like, the mainframe computing, PCs, web and open source, smartphone and cloud computing, and now GenAI. Experts estimate that this era will last 10 to 15 years. New companies will emerge that will use the power of GenAI and will disrupt the way we do work today. So what does it mean for future designers and the design industry? If we look at where most designers are employed today, we can probably bucket them in 3 large groups. First, designers employed in companies that are building digital products. I belong to this bucket at the moment. Second is companies building physical products, automobile, appliances, electronics, mobile. All these companies fall in the second bucket. And third, we have design consultancies that provide services and research across these industries. I've also bucketed education in this group. Here is a very simplistic product lifecycle that applies to both physical and digital products. And we can see how GenAI technologies will affect every aspect of the product lifecycle. For conceptualizing a product, we'll be able to ideate with LLMs. We'll be able to design and code faster. Marketing content that is personalized can now be created. This personalization will drive product adoption. Chatbots will help customers, and all the data will be used to refine products very quickly. GenAI aided workflows will lead to rapid prototyping and accelerated timelines. It will lead to lowering of both time and cost required to design, develop, market, support, and refine products. A report by McKinsey suggests that across 63 use cases, GenAI has the potential to generate about $4.4 trillion in value across industries. And using GenAI in just a few functions could drive most of this impact. And these are the blue circles that you see right at the top. These include sales, marketing, software development, customer operations, and product R&D. I feel most designers today are employed in these two buckets, which is product R&D and marketing. If we chart out the GenAI impact on various roles or jobs, then we can bucket them in two groups. Roles that will potentially have a high impact of automation via GenAI. These roles are where GenAI excels. And then there'll be roles that will get augmented with GenAI. These roles require some expertise, and GenAI will aid these roles. I feel there are aspects of design that spread across these two buckets. So a number of design tasks will get completely automated, while some will get augmented. Now let's put the impact of GenAI on one axis and the availability of workforce on the other, and divide the space into 4 quadrants. So we have segments where there is a shortage of workforce and low impact of GenAI, right at the bottom left corner. Surgeons will probably fall here. Then we have high availability of workforce and low impact of GenAI on the bottom right corner. And nurses or blue-collared workforce will probably fall here. We have the top left quadrant with high impact of GenAI and low availability of workforce. Radiologists will probably fall here as AI will enable them to read scans more accurately. And then we have the top right corner with high availability of workforce and high impact of GenAI. How do we ensure that future designers don't fall in this segment? Because we'll have a surplus here. All current estimates on how many designers are required in various industries are based on the current ways of working, and in my opinion are outdated. Another report from McKinsey believes that most impact of GenAI will be on educators, professionals, and creatives. In the recent past, this is the first time that automation is hitting knowledge workers so hard. So what does it mean for design education? I'm not an academician, and I only have 3 questions about the direction that future design education could take. First, how do we embrace GenAI and make AI infrastructure and tools available to students? I feel students need access to LLMs. They need access to image and video generators. Stable Diffusion, which is an open source image generator, GenAI based image generator, can actually be installed on a computer today. And universities and educational institutes need to create and facilitate this infrastructure. We need to have an open discussion on using GenAI in the academic work. We need to have an open discussion on the biases and legal concerns surrounding GenAI training data. And we definitely need to add more Indian context in this training data. No matter in which aspect of product development or consultancy a designer is engaged in, mastering the GenAI tools will be critical to their success. So how do we infuse AI tools and prompt engineering into design work? The definition of design craft needs to expand to include proficiency with GenAI as a core skill set. Second, what should be the focus of future design education? If we look back, humans first developed illustration and painting skills, and they started capturing the environment that they saw around themselves. Then photography got developed, and it enabled people to take beautiful pictures. This technology became so widely available to the extent that all of us today carry a camera, probably multiple cameras in our pockets today. And we take hundreds and thousands of pictures in a week or a month. Similarly, GenAI is enabling people to visualize and generate images. And this technological transformation is a leap forward, but doesn't take away from the concepts of visual language, visual composition, or visual design. Animation started with hand-drawn flipbooks, cell animation, and moved to computer-generated, to advanced AI-generated characters. However, the core skill of storytelling remains constant throughout this journey. Designers have been designing for control panels on machines. We've been designing for desktop applications, cloud applications, mobile applications, smartwatch applications, and more recently, AI-led natural language interfaces like the one on Rabbit R1 or the Humane Pin. And the concepts of ergonomics and human-computer interaction have remained mostly unchanged throughout this journey. So there'll be certain tasks that will get automated, and designers will need to constantly relearn faster ways of doing them throughout their careers. These will include creating layouts, illustrations, icons, typefaces, screens, prototypes. On the other hand, we'll have tasks that will get augmented. And these could be the primary focus of future design education. These will include critical thinking, storytelling, HCI, ergonomics, interdisciplinary collaboration, leadership, resilience, humane ethical design, social science, and business. I personally very strongly feel about business, because I feel while business schools have adopted design thinking in their academic curriculum, design schools completely lack orientation towards business, especially given that a lot of designers end up running their own studios, agencies, or helping businesses improve their products. So should the focus be on mastering the core design concepts while also demonstrating expertise in using AI tools to uplift the craft? And third, how do we leverage AI to optimize academic design project work? In every academic studio, students are given some kind of design problems to solve. Let's look at that design process that most students go through in their design education. Academic projects set a challenge for students, and as the first step, students are required to understand the problem, define a subset that they would like to solve, frame and reframe the problem statement before trying to solve it. This is the phase when students are still in the problem space. Then they ideate for possible solutions, prototype at least one solution, if the time permits, test it with actual users. I feel that Gen AI technologies will have a significant impact in the solution space. I'm not suggesting that the problem space will be unaffected by Gen AI. I think here too, students will be able to search for and learn about problems very quickly via LLMs and any existing research work that exists. I just feel that the impact on ideation and prototyping will significantly reduce the time investment. So for educators, it implies that students will be able to do far more work in a shorter duration of time. And the question is that how can we leverage or how can we get students to do more in the same time frame? Coupled with 3D printing, laser cutting, and no-code tools, students will be able to produce very refined working prototypes fairly quickly. This should empower educators to get more done and set problems to include all aspects of the design process. So now we could even get students to master their, to market their solutions. Think about user onboarding and customer support. Essentially mimic the product lifecycle in an academic setup. Or the time could be used to develop cognitive abilities like business skills, emotional intelligence, resilience, and adaptability. In my mind, these are the three large questions. First, how do we embrace Gen AI and make AI infrastructure and tools available so that the designers of tomorrow are already masters of these tools when they join the industry? What should be the core focus of future design education? How do we shift the focus from building craft skills to building more cognitive skills? And third, how do we leverage AI to optimize academic design project work? I think collectively, educators and the industry need to address these fairly quickly. I truly believe that the era of Gen AI is just beginning. Whatever we see today is still in its infancy. ChatGPT has just released version 4. Midjourney has released version 6. Photoshop today that we use. Yeah. I've been thinking about it, but I'm not an academician, so I'll give you an industry perspective. I feel we should lean on the side of letting students use as much Gen AI as possible today before we start putting controls in place and figure out where to draw the line. So I think we should go all out first, see where the possibilities exist, encourage an open discussion so that when people use Gen AI technologies, they are able to also inform faculty members that where they've used it, for what purpose. I think I was watching a talk by a professor in one of the US universities. And she said that people who write better are able to use ChatGPT more effectively than others. So I feel it'll be where people already have the skills. They'll be able to get more out of these Gen AI tools and produce a better outcome. So I feel we should totally go out and give entire flexibility. I think the real challenge is some of these tools today are very, very expensive in India. For example, Midjourney costs about $19 per month to use. And how do we create that infrastructure in India where students are able to use this freely? ChatGPT version 4 is a paid tool today. Only version 3 is available for free. So how do we get these LLMs, image generators, video generators available to students is the larger question in my mind. Yeah. Yes.
In all such things, older people should not even think about drawing any line at all. क्योंकि उनका जमाना अब नहीं बचा है. And let the younger people play as much as they want with whatever they do, and they will surprise you. It's their tool actually. So I'm not taking deliberately in. आपको reason नहीं बताया. I'm deliberately not taking senior faculty members in CDS. We have very young people who are totally free to explore whatever is possible without inhibitions. The younger you are, the less inhibition. Kids learn software very fast. They are not afraid and they don't know any rules. So I think as elders, we should not draw any lines.
Sir, I just want to add to that. So I studied architecture before I went to IDC. And my professors, when I was studying architecture, said that we could not use AutoCAD till the 3rd year. So I spent 1 semester drawing lines with a parallel bar on multiple sheets. That skill is completely redundant. It was redundant when I graduated. And it is far redundant today. So I think a lot of, and it came from exactly what Professor Trivedi was saying, from the mindset that I studied architecture in this way, and therefore this is the way to teach architecture. I feel this paradigm has to completely change.
Yeah. So I have a response and a comment. The response here is the need for boundary comes from fear. And I think as Kirti said, people who like to not challenge status quo tend to have more fears. And I think the first thing I tell my students or my peers is just try it out and keep trying out. And if something bad happens, you'll know how to fix it. The other thing is, I myself had concerns, not fears, because so many people, including Elon Musk and this guy is Visiomic, they all raised like things about this is going to be sentient, it's going to take over, like old fantasies of computers are going to take over the world. As I said earlier in my conversation, I've been talking a lot to ChatGPT for the last 8 months or 6 months. And I've discovered not only is it truthful in giving answers, I know that it doesn't have its own intelligence, but it's also truthful, more truthful than humans in revealing its limitations. So when I asked him, 2 things I'll give you example. I asked him, will you lie if you are programmed to lie? And he said, only if I'm programmed to lie. Yeah. Then, so he says the problem is not with me. The problem is with the programmer who programs me to lie. I'm just a machine. I will follow whatever instruction is given to me. Number 2, I was asking him a question. I called him he or she, whatever they. And I asked him what is design and gave me an answer. And it matched exactly the answer Google gave me. And it sourced it to some place. So I asked ChatGPT, where did you get this answer from? And then gave me a generic answer of, I am designed to aggregate information from multiple sources and all. So I said, no, I found this in this source. He again gave me that answer. I said, doesn't it mean you are violating copyright? He says, I'm not programmed to respect copyright. Yeah. So then I said, what if somebody sues you for copyright violation? He says, I'm not programmed to answer this question. Yeah. So what is really interesting is that through these kind of conversations, I'm discovering the limits of ChatGPT. It's taking away my fear of ChatGPT, and it's also encouraging me to keep trying, keep conversation, so that I actually feel I'm educating ChatGPT, and in turn I'm educating my community of students and peers in the industry, saying, look, yes, he'll do bad stuff, but not because ChatGPT or generative AI does bad stuff, because humans design it to do bad stuff. So my summation is, we really to improve humans, not machines.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Being a student myself, when you talked about letting the free use of Gen AI tools for students, one thought that concerns me is it might hinder our thinking ability or developing that ability. Like if we use it for ideating concepts, I mean, if we use it for assignments, like students who are in bachelor's level or like even in master's level, we are not that mature. So if we are led to use such softwares freely, we might not put in more efforts, and what will that happen is we might complete those assignments easily, but when the time comes for us to be join the industry, we might see that we don't have enough skills.
There is a very active debate that's happening on how can Gen AI impact cognitive abilities, but that is for school education primarily at this moment. Like kids in 6th standard, 7th standard, and before they know how to write a letter, let's say they go and ask ChatGPT to write a letter. I feel that college level education, both undergraduate and postgraduate level education, can leverage AI quite fearlessly and quite openly. And there is also a huge difference between writing a simple prompt, right? So for example, let's say you're supposed to write a report on a specific topic, and you give a simple prompt saying, write a 20-page report on this topic, versus adding elements to that. So doing your research beforehand and adding elements, and you can go online and look at some of the prompt engineering work that has been done. People are using it to write books, and these are very accomplished authors. But as they add value into the prompt, the responses that they get are also richer. And therefore, if students are lazy and they put a simple prompt versus an advanced prompt, I think the faculty members will be able to immediately make out the difference between the two. And automatically, I think students will get pushed to improve their prompts further and further. So I think there'll be balances and checks. Don't assume that faculty won't be there with Gen AI. So automatically these balances and checks will come in. But I think we should use it as much as possible so that we master these skills by the time we graduate.
Thank you. I have one very important comment for students, if I may. Can I have a mic, please? One of the observations you made is, didn't get caught by others, but I want to highlight it. You said people have said that those who write well might be able to benefit better from AI. Yes, because they're able to articulate nuances of that, like novelist can bring alive the visualization of a plot in your head. Script writers do the same thing. And that is something I learned as a deficiency of design education in India once I went to graduate school. See, we are so much into hands-on and experiential learning that we don't give as much emphasis on the power of writing on visualization. And so I think there are 3 levels of cultivating articulation. One is observation, sensing, and writing. And then of course other modes of expressing. And design education has done well in cultivating observation power and sensing power It needs to do better in helping people understand articulation power, especially in words, and especially in the era of AI, that can really benefit you a lot.
Agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gaurav.
Thank you.
By force of habit, I picked up this to read Parag's biodata, but I don't need to read this to tell about Parag. Parag Trivedi works for a company which has been touching the whole humanities life for last 40 years. He's director of design at Microsoft, and they are everywhere. They changed. People pay serious money to learn to use their products. Doesn't happen with any other company. So Parag is addressing very important issue, again similar to Gaurav. What would change, or what changes designers need to have to be accepted in Microsoft? They are working at the leading edge of AI. I think that's their next platform. So welcome.
ऑडियो लगेगा पर ये HDMI से ले लेगा ना. So yes, I will need more. You have other one. You don't have a one with audio and नहीं Windows है, so my system won't pick up the audio, and I don't have an audio jack to check. This many है, so I need to see. We can see. Yes, that's what we'll do. Yes, that's what I'll do. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. People at the back, hope you are able to hear me. Okay. So, before I dive in, one quick question. How many of you have experienced ChatGPT or any other generative AI? Please raise your hands. Look at the entire room has almost raised their hand, and that's pretty amazing, right? That there is so much quick adoption of generative AI, and so what is driving that quick adoption? You know, if we look back and see how the major technological breakthroughs have happened, starting from the PC era, which brought computing on every desk. Then the internet era, which brought connectivity and started connecting the world, made the information accessible very easily. And then came the mobile era, which made the computing and connectivity available at your fingertip wherever you are, made it far more affordable and accessible, used by billions of people. And now with generative AI, generative AI is actually leveraging everything which has been done in the past with respect to computing, connectivity, mobility, and it is bringing knowledge together. And from an end user's perspective, it is serving in a so simple manner that there is no sort of barrier to learn, or there is no barrier for people to access that way of sort of dealing with the software. So I think that's the power which is significantly changing the way we do things and the way we learn. And so the topic about design education in the post-AI world, when I see this, to me, this occurs more like a ongoing inquiry. As Gaurav was also mentioning, things are moving so fast in this space that we have to act immediately. We know that things are changing, the way we learn is changing, the way we work is changing, and of course the design education, the way the design education has been delivered in the past is going to change. So there is definite need to act immediately, but at the same time, we are in a state where I believe we cannot take a very strong position that, hey, this is how now we need to do, because things are evolving. So I think we'll have to remain in this state of trying new things, practice growth mindset to kind of keep trying new things and see things from different perspective and kind of learn from different context. So for me, this is a kind of an ongoing inquiry of how things would evolve, and there's a need to act immediately and then remain open of how things would behave and see from different context. So I come from a industry background, and I'll share the industry context with the intent that we might be able to draw some pointers which can influence the design education. So industry context, and I think as Gaurav also highlighted about the the excitement market is showing, because for industry, the commercial potential is extremely important for any adoption of any technology. So as Gaurav already called out, the potential dollar gain in terms of productivity saving is estimated around 2.6 trillion to 4.4, which is, just to give up sort of a sense, it is bigger than the GDPs of many countries, including India. So that's the kind of a dollar value gain market is expecting with the intervention of generative AI, which can help people be far more productive. Even if we look at in terms of, when Microsoft announced the Copilot offering, which is a generative AI offering, it created $154 billion additional sort of a market valuation, which is actually bigger than many other giant companies, just to give a sense that the market is responding very positively in terms of the economic value one can create with generative AI. So that's one dimension. The other dimension is how users are responding to it. The end user, how are they taking it? So, I mean, you might have seen this, the time it took Netflix to reach 1 million user was like 3.5 years, Airbnb took 2.5 years, Facebook took 10 months, and ChatGPT, any guesses? Yeah, so it took like just 5 days. So in 5 days, it reached 1 million user. And that's the speed at which people have adopted this technology. And I think it is just because there is no barrier, like as Kirti sir was talking about, in the PC, you have to go through classes to actually learn how to use. People were running classes to learn MS Office and so on and so forth. And here, if you can speak, if you can write, it's you can actually access this technology without any sort of learning curve involved in it. So it is actually taking the interaction very close to human interaction in terms of abilities you need to access the technology. And that is what is actually transforming both the design process as well as the kind of experiences we are creating, the kind of applications we are going to build. So let's look at the impact, and that's an hypothesis, and we'll see whether, how it will play out. But that's a typical, the design process taught in many design schools, practice in many corporates, which is about divergence, convergence, people call it double diamond process, and so on and so forth. But the main idea here is you actually spend good amount of time to research, to learn, to empathize, then you sort of draw certain insights, pick them, create ideas, validate your ideas, and then converge to few, and then that's how you kind of proceed. The way I am seeing or assuming things will start to happen is your ability to learn will become much faster. So I'm not saying that people will no need to sort of understand or learn, but you will be able to learn much faster. And especially I would say there are two kinds of things, One, you are trying to learn in a context where you as a product builder are not aware of the challenges and situation, but that information is known. Either it is known to users or experts, or it is available, but you are creating and you are not fully aware, so you are going and trying to figure out, but that information exists. And for things like this, generative AI can actually help you get there much faster, because it can process that information very quickly. It can give you various tools to get to that level of understanding very quickly. So I think this is, the time you can actually reduce significantly to get a decent amount of understanding, to build some conviction that, hey, this is what I want to build. Now, if we look at the solution side of things, there it was very important for you to learn and get things right, because if you don't get it right, the change is very difficult. Change can be very time consuming, it can be expensive. So changing was very difficult. Like I have created a user interface with certain set of features and certain layout. Now I learned that, hey, this is not meeting the user's requirement, or we need to add something, remove and move something here and there. If I have developed and if I go and say, hey, this is not working, let's make a change, it just creates a big disruption. Why, now it will take like another 2 months to do that kind of a thing. But with generative AI kind of applications, which are more natural language based, chat based kind of thing, you are not constrained by, the applications, which is very difficult to change. It can acquire a skill on the fly. It can learn based on what you are responding or what you are asking. So now you have a system which can quickly evolve and learn and get there very quickly. So like ultimate test is to get things right, you really know when you have actually launched the product. Now this will allow you to, you go with certain hypothesis, and then this system will very quickly learn, improve, and very quickly get there. So you can actually cut down your time of spending a lot of time just debating versus go with this, let this, because this is also a kind of a learning, and I would say more reliable way of learning. So that is one change which I see, might happen. Now, if we look at the way we have been doing, even there, you would find the use of Gen AI tool can actually help you expedite the process in a significant manner. So like you would start by understanding, what kind of a target segment, what sort of a discussion I should have to get better insights, screeners and protocol, all of those things. Now, ChatGPT can help you create, and then you can be the reviewer to see whether your intents are captured correctly or you need to make some tweaking, but the basic things can be done very, very quickly. Then you have things like, if you're having conversation, then all the things can be transcribed, then the data can be processed for you to draw insights quickly. You can ask questions on that data, you can summarize that data, you can ask very specific things. So it is not only the discussion through which you are learning, but even post discussion, the transcription, you can get things more quickly, like while okay, so audio is actually not playing.
Assistance program. Can you speak specifically on how that works in particular?
Yeah, we have printouts on just about every single state in the United States. I think we have every state. We may be missing some.
Yeah, so as they're talking, you have this text getting generated, which you can use to transcribe, ask question, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Then you have tools to categorize your large data, find patterns, and get some more insights along your various categories and build more conviction So even those kind of things have become much faster. And now we are talking about synthetic user, and this is something which we will have to see how it actually would play out. But that's again an interesting concept where there is so much data available in the systems about people's behavior and profile and how people respond in certain situations. So there are these applications who create profiles who are like synthetic user, and then you can go and validate your ideas with synthetic user to get some sense. So that's again an interesting, they call it, it's a very huge data back, and look, people say, you know, the Google knows more about than what you know about yourself kind of thing. So this is again an interesting concept. We'll see how it evolve, whether it really works or not. But this is kind of a thing which people are actually exploring to see whether what is the delta when I do with synthetic users versus real user. So those kind of things are happening in this space for you to learn and understand the problem. Now if we look at the other side, which is the solution side and the experience side. So we see there are some 5-6 major sort of shift which is happening when it comes to experience. And the reason I'm sharing this because this is again, this shift would require some change in thinking, the way we are thinking about these solutions and the way we have been traditionally approaching the solution side of things. So in our design education now, we'll have to see that this technology can actually change the way we have been thinking about solving a certain problem, and now you have maybe a completely different way to look at solving the same problem. So, we have spent a lot of time in creating interfaces with certain layouts and icons and so on and so forth, learned so many principles, learned the constant of so many devices, and learned how to do it for different devices and for different technologies. Now, the whole menu-based UI thing is moving from menu-based to more of an intent-based thing, where you as a user, you don't have to worry about figuring out which tool to use and how to use. You just go and express your intent and the system will do it for you. So your words are actually becoming the most powerful productivity tool. So let's look at how a couple of examples in terms of how this is happening in products, both as an assistant to the conventional interface as well as completely the AI first kind of interface. So first, let's look at how it is working in conjunction with the conventional UI. So this was an example of you have your conventional UI, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and then now you have a co-pilot where you can just go and ask questions. You don't have to worry about which tool to use from Excel. If you need certain insight from the data, you just go ahead and ask, I want to know the deviation or whatever the difference between these two, and then it will tell you this is what it is. So that is one way in which the interface is evolving. Now let's look at the other example where we are completely moving to generative AI based interface where you don't have a conventional UI, you just go express your intent, get the output and see if you are okay with that and keep refining it. So. So that was another example of how, you just focus on expressing the intent, and that's a big shift. So far we have focused our energy in terms of designing tool, focus on usability of those tools. Now the focus is on the outcome, as in the Word, Microsoft Word, for example, is not about, hey, whether I have this editing capabilities or formatting capability. It is about, if I am writing a caption for my video, whether that video caption which is getting generated, whether it will help me get a better ranking on YouTube. So there is more focus on the outcome. The usability definition that, hey, I'm able to write one line in like 2 seconds is not the goal anymore, but what you have written, what is getting generated, whether it is really helping you achieve your outcome is becoming the focus for this application. There is a big fundamental shift in terms of how we have looked at this application versus where they are headed. And the other point is creation. We are moving from creation to generation. So like you creating versus the system is generating for you. So I think Gaurav already showed you the examples of what Sora OpenAI is able to do. So maybe I'll pick some other example of, maybe you are designing a news app, and it's an app for you to consume news. So you just go ahead and give a command that I want a news app, and it just go on and create wireframes for you. So in like few seconds you have wireframe, and then you can see whether it is working for you or not. We used to design a lot of search experiences. So instead of search, it is moving to a more, you get more processed answer, which you can understand very quickly. All the consumption experience, the way you used to consume document, images, audio, video is completely changing. So now it is no longer about whether I can zoom in and read and things like this, but it is about, what all you can do with this. Like I take a picture of a story and ask, hey, summarize this or rewrite me so that even a 10-year-old can understand. So that's a very completely new way of interacting with images or audio or even video and documents. So the way we used to consume information is also changing completely. And the last I would pick is personalization to personification. So we used to spend a lot of time in understanding various user profiles and then say, okay, if you're a designer, then that's the kind of a tool you would need. These are your preferred settings. And if you're a developer, then there's a developer mode and so on and so forth. Now the system actually can personify you. It can understand who you are, and it can write emails like you. Or, this is your style of writing poems. So if I have to write, then I can write it like you. Or if this is the style in which you like to create illustrations, then I can pick that style, I can learn that style, and I can create in that way. So, and this is moving forward where you will have these agents who can do certain jobs. And on the other side as well, they will be interacting with agents. I think that's another interesting concept which is emerging, where your Gen AI agent would interact with the other person's Gen AI agent and they will get things done. So let's look at, like, Google had showed this long back, and a lot of work is happening in this space as well.
Google to make you a haircut appointment on Tuesday between 10 and noon. What happens is the Google Assistant makes the call seamlessly in the background for you. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you. Let's listen.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15. Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for? Just a woman's haircut for now. Okay, we have a 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is fine. Okay, what's her first name? The first name is Lisa. Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd. Okay, great.
So that's the kind of interfaces which are coming in future, where, you know, your personified agent can interact on the other side also with the other agent, and they can get things done. I mean, those are the newer kind of interfaces and the experiences which would emerge. So we looked at how it will influence the design process, the kind of experiences which are evolving. It is also influencing the overall product development organization in terms of various roles which exist and the way we build software. All the roles which are very skill specific roles, now as the skill is becoming available to all, very skill specific roles, the boundaries are getting blurred. Like, if I'm a designer, I design, you know, certain interfaces and I need a copy, then I can use generative AI skills to create copy for my content or copy for the application. And if I generate, the experience and mockups, then it can generate code for the front end, you know. So there is things are getting blurred between front end engineer or copywriter or designer, even product leader. They can specify certain prompts in terms of what they are trying to solve, and it can generate your screens, and that screen can generate code, and then you can have copy getting generated. So basically, it is coming to a place that very skill specific roles are getting blurred, and what is emerging as you can be effective if you have a deep understanding of the context of user and the business. So if you understand that well, then you can be far more effective. If you are just relying on certain skills, then that skill is kind of available to many other functions. Who can make use the best use by having the right context is something would define the kind of role one would be playing in that space. So automation of basic skills is actually freeing up time for people to focus on much bigger problems. It is actually making you far more productive, so that you can actually use your time more effectively to think on bigger issues, think deeper. And on the other side, you have all the right pieces of technologies are coming together in terms of cloud computing, generative AI, mobility, for you to look at solving problem in a completely different way. So like, it is making you more productive, giving you more power in terms of the technology which you can leverage to focus on something bigger and better. So what are the examples where we can leverage AI to solve tough problems? So the point here is, if I, as a designer, if I look at what I'm doing currently, I create graphic, or I can create icons and things like this, then I start seeing AI as threat because probably it can do better. But if I focus on what kind of things I can do, what is actually needed, what will have more impact, then I suddenly start seeing AI as an ally, because I really don't have those skills and capability to solve that problem. And then you start seeing AI as your ally to actually solve that problem. So here are some examples of kind of problem people can look at, and Professor Praveen also talked about some of those problems which we can start looking at much deeper, because probably we are in a position to handle this or solve this in a more effective manner compared to where we were earlier. So things like, if you look at education, we have challenges like 70% dropout from kindergarten to 12th. We have low teacher to student ratio. We have a poor level of teacher training. Then if you look at healthcare, our infant mortality rate has improved a lot, but still it is far below than the developed nations. We are sort of disease capital for many diseases. We see almost 17.5 million cardiovascular disease death in India. We see 2.2 million cancer death per year. So these are all places of intervention where you can use technology effectively, help inform people, enable people with low skill to diagnose early, and so on and so forth. So that is where the AI actually can become a true ally for you to be far more effective in solving various problems. Agriculture is another one such area where we have huge opportunities to improve either supply chain or informing farmers to be a lot more productive. And so I'll share one example of what, where Microsoft also partnered with government bodies to solve one such problem, to give a sense that what new opportunities are opening up, how it is empowering designers, engineers, product builders to be far more effective. And when you look at this video, just see, like, on back end you have a very strong technology, very powerful technology, but the way it has been delivered to the end user is so simple. Like, they need not to learn any new thing to access such powerful piece of technology. Sorry, there is some. Give me a second. Sorry about that. For some reason. Okay. Actually, this requires internet.
मैं एक किसान हूँ, अपने ही गांव में हमारी ज़मीन है 2 एकड़, उसमें ही हम खेती उगाते हैं। रबी की और खरीफ की दोनों फसलें उगाते हैं, जिसमें गेहूँ है, जवार है, बाजरा है, तिल्ली है, सरसों है। बट यहाँ मेवात में अंदर बहुत से गांवों में न्यूज़पेपर नहीं पहुँच पाते हैं। ये सरकारी स्कीमें पहुँचती हैं, लेकिन ग्रामीण इलाकों में लोग योजनाओं की स्कीम पहुँच भी नहीं पाती है।
These are all communities living in media dark areas, which means that penetration of traditional media like television and radio is very sparse. There's also literacy challenges, so things like newspapers have a very low access in these areas.
In India, we have 22 constitutionally recognized languages, but apart from that, we have more than 100, almost 120 languages. Being able to provide justice to each and every citizen in their own language, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity.
Jugalbandi is a chatbot that we built to solve 2 problems. One is this linguistic divide and the technological divide. We collected millions of parallel sentences for machine translation. We collected thousands of hours of data for speech recognition. And then we built state-of-the-art models on top of it using Harshini speech recognition models and Azure's OpenAI. So these capabilities allows us to understand language, transcribe it, translate it, and also synthesize it back in the form of speech.
चाचा यू जुगलबंदी है, यहाँ पे हम लिख के भी और बोल के भी कुछ भी जो हमें स्कीम चाहिए, सरकारी योजना है, उनके बारे में जानकारी ले सका।
मैं एक किसान हूँ, मुझे सरकारी योजना कैसे प्राप्त हुई?
मेरा नाम जुगलबंदी है। मैं एक असिस्टेंट हूँ जो आपकी सरकारी योजना के बारे में जानने में और उसके लिए एनरोल करने में आपकी मदद करूँगी।
तो वहाँ से हमें लिखित में भी और ऑडियो में भी दोनों तरीके से जवाब आया, और किस किस डॉक्यूमेंट्स की ज़रूरत पड़ती है और किस किस फॉर्म की ज़रूरत पड़ती है
The Ministry of Electronics and IT in the country has been working on this for the last 5 years now. And when ChatGPT was launched, that was really the catalyst for us being able to bring these pieces together. We've been able to categorize the diversity of India as an innovation opportunity. And if you're able to do that successfully, you're able to do it for the world.
So this was one example of, the kind of problem we can solve and how this technology can be delivered in a such simple manner. So for me, the design education in the post-AI world is not about only adopting about, certain AI tool. It is actually about looking at from the perspective of leading and shaping future, solving really tough problems and embrace AI to redefine the way we design, learn and create. So that's the way I want to kind of leave it. Thank you. And thanks to AI as well, all the illustrations in this presentation were done by AI.
Yeah, thank you, Parag.
Okay.
So I mean, largely all this interaction depends on some constructs or some ideas about we have about this world right now, and mostly they are, like as we discussed, articulated through certain units, and those units are basically the language units and all. So I'm just wondering, because there would have been a natural progress in language and all, and now AI is here. So aren't all the constructions happening on AI is based on our existing construction, and it's more an some kind of average or some kind of build up on our existing worldview or worldviews rather. So I mean, how AI can address these issues, like how to tap the natural progression which would have happened without AI. How can it include that?
Yeah, so if I understand your question clearly, are you saying the AI has been built on the past data? Will it really help me solve the problem, or will it give me output which is not bounded by the?
Yes, that's one thread of it. Yes.
Yeah, so I think see, the way this model works is they have this ability to process and generate, and although it is based on the past data, but it has the ability to understand the context and generate and make it very meaningful in that context. Like if you look at all the image generation which happens, I mean, it just creates some magical things which it is very difficult for us to imagine all the time and come up with those ideas. So I think the models, they are trained on the data, but they have this generative ability which makes it far more powerful, because it can process the data and generate in a way which is very interesting. And in both, like when you are looking for a very precise information, then in a textual form you get the precise information, and that is the need, and that the need is served very well. When you are in the mode when you are trying to create something new, it is driven by your imagination, because ultimately it takes the prompt, but it has the ability to process that prompt in a very interesting manner. But like, how, if it is creating something, will it really look new? It all depends on the way you are defining it. So if you say create a image of a flower which looks like a flower, or which exactly look like a rose flower, realistic image of the rose flower, you will get the realistic image of the rose flower. But if you say create an image of a flower which is a combination of lotus and lily, and it is flying in the sky and things like this, and then when you start applying your imagination, then it will process that and create, and that will become magical. So I think the model is capable of taking your input and processing it, but the ability to create something new still lies with the humans, because it depends on the prompt you give.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Parag, it was nice presentation. Actually, on the same lines, like from creation to generation, like, will it have the challenge of user mind, or it will predict some user patterns, like, because as it will be generative, so do we see that as a challenge in AI?
Yeah, so my take on that is like the way even we call it like a co-pilot. So if you are solving a problem which is which is already kind of a solved, then AI is a very good tool because it can pick the best and very quickly give you the solution based on what is already known. So you really don't have to take 3 weeks of time to come with the same thing which is sort of known to the world in the sense. So that way it makes it very efficient, and you can be the reviewer and the pilot in this metaphor of pilot and co-pilot to see whether it is serving your need, whether you need to make some tweaks. But like, for example, very mundane thing, that application, it will have a login and things like this, is just like, it's a drain of time. Those things are maybe solved. You really don't have to solve it again and again. All of that can be done with AI. Or if you, it also give you access to many things which you are not aware of. Like otherwise, maybe you as a designer would look for 10 sources of inspiration and then figure out how do I take those and solve. Maybe. And that work, it can help you do that much faster.
Okay, thanks.
Is changing in a way that designers will become more responsible. For example, the video that we saw just now, that a person is getting appointment for some kind of a haircut, right? So tomorrow it's possible that a parent would call a teacher, and parent's assistant will call teacher's assistant and ask for the information how my child is doing, right? So then there is a responsibility of a designer comes, like and somebody was asking about if AI starts creating thousands and thousands and thousands of concepts, what will I be lazy? Perhaps the responsibility of a designer is to select and become, as I think Gaurav said about curator.
Yeah.
So I think we really need to be very super conscious about where and how to apply or to kind of facilitate usage of AI. Otherwise it would be, and again talking about what Uday is mentioning, that conversation will get lost. The empathy, though we say, yeah, based on that you'll get a persona, you'll get blah, 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 blah. But will it lose some kind of a human-to-human interactions? And that could be a dangerous thing. So I think it's also one of the important aspects that we need to think and reflect.
Yep, totally.
Hello? Two hours, no? On topics which, if we talk to other people, they have no idea what we are talking about. So it's rare to have such colleagues. He's a professor. I refuse to say IDC School of Design because it's a stupidity. You should have opposed it. So he's a professor at IDC, IIT Bombay. And ACI designer, educator, researcher. His information design lab at IIT Bombay utilizes graphic design, interactive computer graphics, data processing algorithms, and emerging technologies to address challenging problems in data design and art. This research focuses on data-based and visual understanding of a range of issues, from public understanding of science, urban living, politics, education, transportation, and generative art. And as I understand, he's on a year sabbatical writing a book. How is it coming along? It's always tough to write a book when you take year sabbatical, because 9 months go before you know. Then only 3 months are left. I have done it once. So please welcome Professor Venkatesh.
Thank you, Professor Kirti Trivedi, for inviting me to this wonderful event, and the management of the university, Vice President Kirti Trivedi, for the hospitality here. So I'm going to talk about AI in the future of design education. There have been slight overlaps. I mean, that's always a disadvantage when you are among the last speakers. So some good ideas have already been spoken. So there is going to be some overlaps, but there is also going to be some new things that hopefully will be interesting to you. So my talk is roughly in these 4 parts. So first is what does everyone think about AI? And then I'm going to talk a little bit about a technical primer, non-technical primer on what is generative AI. And I'm going to argue that generative AI is not too dissimilar to generative design process that Gaurav talked about. Okay, I'm going to go into a little bit of detail of where he left off. And then as design educators, how should we think about AI in general so that we can prepare ourselves for whatever it is to come. So when I say what does everyone think about AI, there is not a lot of peer-reviewed literature yet available in this field, right? I mean, the whole generative AI or AI discourse exploded into the public conscience only in late 2022, November 22, 2022 to be precise, when ChatGPT was launched, ChatGPT 3, which until that point of time it was just GPT 1, 2, and 3. And then the 3.5 version was the chat interfaced version of the ChatGPT, right? Which is suddenly made this incredible tool accessible to everyone. People tried it out and then they instantly recognized the power of this tool. So there has been a lot of very perceptive commentaries that are available in the form of blog posts, Twitter comments, podcasts, video, blogs, and so on, right? And general Substack articles, for example, are really good sources of what is everyone thinking about AI. So in fact, some of the best understanding of about the impact of AI that I have found in Substack long form articles, really, people who have worked in this and thought deeply about it have written good stuff about it, but it's all kind of dispersed. So you really have to work hard to kind of gather this around, synthesize it, and come to an understanding of it. There is also popular magazine articles. Jesvin in the morning showed the Design Week quote, right? This is a very long article. It's one of the substantial articles that I also found. From UK universities, right? It was a study on the UK universities where, and this is an interview format presentation where the author of the article has gone about asking various universities, the professors, how do they deal with AI? And people have talked about various things. I mean, things like I allow and not allow. That's one level of discourse going on. There is another level of discourse talking about what does it do to human creativity, and ultimately, is it existential crisis as a designer, and so on. So the discourses have been all over the place. So to get a synthesis and a sense of that, it's a bit hard. So I mean, I did that for about a year or so. I mean, since early 2003 to almost the end of the whole of last year. And towards the end of last year, good literature also, peer-reviewed literature also started to appear in reputed journals. So there is some good thinking available in that. So that's, I'm going to, that's what when I mean by what does everyone think about AI? Because it's important that we also understand what everybody is thinking about AI. Okay, so what I found, in reading through this hundreds of blog posts and Twitter comments and Substack articles, magazine articles, and journal articles, is that they generally fall under 4 major categories. I was able to sort them into 4 categories. I call them the 4 narratives of AI. The first one is the alarming, that this is an alarming development, right? and then that we should be all worried about it, right? So the general views under this category are, say, for example, bias and discrimination. We all know that, right? And AI models, after all, are based on databases of human data that is available with us, and then class, family with a husband who is drunkard and doesn't take care of the family, beats his wife, and so on and so forth. And the images that Midjourney turned out were all wearing Punjabi attire. So this is a bias that is already existing, right? I mean, you know that. And in the US, from the West, you know, there is a lot of studies which says that, you know, it discriminates like professions, for example, right? So when you ask for a lawyer, then, you know, it's predominantly male, white, and doctors are also, but although, you know, in actual data, it is not correctly represented. Privacy, safety issues, or, you know, that everybody is familiar with. There is a lot of concern about what it will do to the job market, right? So a lot of people will lose jobs, and what happens to the economy as a result. There is going to be economic inequality. Gaurav talked about Midjourney costing $19 or $20 a month subscription fee. Can everybody afford it, right? And therefore, is it going to create the haves and the have-nots, right? In terms of access to these incredible tools. There is going to be security risks. There is going to be too much of dependence, and therefore we will lose the ability to think. I think one of the students asked this question earlier on, right? So what happens if we depend too much on it, and eventually we won't be able to think for ourselves or do. So that is a real concern in this for this group of things. There is going to be misinformation, manipulation. Already we've seen this in election cycles, and the presidential election in the US is heating up a lot, and, you know, we have already had a few cases of voice manipulation where robocalls are pretending to be Joe Biden and, you know, asking people to vote this way or that way, or don't vote on this day or vote on a different day, and things like that, right? So these kinds of misinformation manipulation is very, very dangerous as well, right? So the very question of democratic norms and means of those democracy may be at risk because of these. And there is going to be unintended consequences. This is like, you know, everything else that we do not even know about, right? There may be some consequences that we not even thought about, right? And therefore, you know, it is a risk. To this, I'm in the Uday's camp, where, I mean, I don't believe that, you know, it is as alarming as it is portrayed to be. Every new technology is always faced with this. So history has shown us that, you know, repeatedly people are alarmed by newer technology that they don't understand too well. But most of the time they turn to be benign or, you know, in fact, or very useful. Nuclear energy, for example, is a good case, which since Hiroshima, there has been a lot of peace because of the bomb. And the nuclear deterrent has proven to be very, very robust. And according to Steven Pinker, the Harvard psychologist, there has never been a more peaceful time in the human history than in the last 100 years or so, or since World War II, right? So I think we do not need to worry about it, or even if we worry about it, as a designer, there is not much we can do about some of these things. And the second thing is that, you know, that whatever AI does is derivative, and it is not original, right? It is not human, right? There has been a lot of conversation about, you know, it lacks the soul. You know, it looks wonderful, it looks very finished and sophisticated, but it does not have the human artistic qualities or human designerly qualities, right? Also, it turns out to be erroneous and incorrect. We've heard of ChatGPT making a lot of mistakes, or it cannot even compute simple, you know, addition and subtraction sometimes. And people, you know, screenshot that and share it among friends and say that, no, look at how ChatGPT is stupid. And we've all heard about Midjourney and DALL-E's trouble with fingers, right? You have 6 fingers and 3 arms. Those kinds of things are always hilarious. So there is this thing that, not working correctly, right? It is de-skilling a lot of people. Speakers before me have talked about how certain kinds of skills or the easily done things are going to disappear because ChatGPT is going to do it much faster at much cheaper price and much better. So what happens to people who are employed solely on the basis of those kinds of skills? Uberification of work, platform capitalism. Already we have seen the effect of those kinds of things, right? You kind of do piecemeal job. It depends on how much work you can take up. There is a lot of middle people who take a cut, and then eventually you end up with very little. There is also disconnection, isolation, which has already happened with COVID, and subsequently this generation has always been accused of being tied to your devices, and then you forget what is happening there. There is a lot of talk about how the younger generation lacks the social skills to converse and socialize and so on, right? So there is this idea of people getting isolated. Even though you live in a crowd, you are all alone. And because of things becoming easy or being done with the help of something else, you inherently lose the ability to claim ownership for it, and therefore the work pride or sense of accomplishment is lost, right? Because after all, you only told what to do, and most of the work was done by AI, right? And what is the pride in that, right? And therefore it is dehumanizing. Okay, so this is the second set of narratives. Okay, the third is a slightly more optimistic view about what it is. This is what Microsoft is talking about, that it is a co-pilot, it will be assistive, right? And it's going to help you do better. Okay, it is not about only writing a grammatically correct sentence, but also a grammatically correct sentence that is going to hit the mark in terms of engagement, because it is the best caption or the best headline or whatever it is, right? And that's something that you do not know, right? Because you do not have the ability to know that, you have the experience to know that, or you do not have the skills to figure out which headline works, but AI-enabled Microsoft Word may be able to help you get there, right? So it's a time-saving tool. It improves efficiency, lots of speed, lots of variations. You can do quick prototyping and test many times. It bridges skill gaps. So there are people with certain kinds of skills but lack certain kinds of skills, right? This will nicely bridge those kinds of things, right? So everybody will kind of more or less have most of the skills, okay? Some skills that you do not really have can be bridged by the AI. It enables wider participation. Uday in the morning talked about this, right? So these still people who are burdened or had a roadblock because they couldn't get into becoming a designer, or they lack certain kinds of skills, right? Now imagine everybody will be able to participate in this great joy of designing, right? Because the access becomes easier. Now, one can look at it as a threat also, but then, it all depends on how we look at it. Of course, because of this, some new skills are required. Some of the skills will be irrelevant, but then some new skills will come into play. Co-creation, right? And the last set of narratives are this very aspirational in nature, okay? That it is transformative. So it is not just faster, but more comprehensive and thorough, right? So it's not just the speed, right? And it's not just the amount of variations it can generate, right? It is also about what you cannot otherwise do at all, right? And good example, again, I go back to the Microsoft example, right? You want to caption your Instagram post, you do not know what will capture people's attention, right? You may be somebody who is good in English, who can write grammatically correct sentences, even poetic sounding sentences, but it may not work with the audience, but because of the data behind the AI, it knows what will work, right? What will engage an audience, and it will suggest the right kind of title, right? So this is something that we did not have at all, right? So this is more than being faster and being able to produce more. It extends human imagination. So there are possibilities that we can't even imagine, right? And without such tools. And we already saw that with generative design, but with generative AI, it's going to be even more pronounced. Eventually, it might even defy human judgment, right? We may not even be able to recognize that it is so good because we do not have the capacity to even judge it anymore. So, I mean, that will be an interesting point where who will judge then, right? Maybe we'll have to be told that it is good and we just have to take AI's word for it. And therefore, it requires guardrails with respect to safety, misinformation, manipulation, etc. and all that. So this is a lot of work. Okay, so while AI is running wildly in one direction, that guardrails development is lagging behind, right? And unless it kind of keeps up pace with it, then there's going to be a lot of problems in the intervening time. Okay, so it's good to get this sense, because this comes from a lot of sources, and for me to understand where AI lies in all these narratives are important, right? And then I can kind of understand it better. Now the second part is we're talking about a little bit about the large language models. I thought one of the speakers would already do this, and so that I don't have to do it. But since nobody has done it, it's going to be a very simple technical primer for everybody to follow. So LLMs are neural network models designed to process sequential data. Okay, so they are trained on large corpus of text by learning to predict the next word in the sequence given what has come before, using that large corpus of it. Just basically, it is predicting what is the next word in the sequence. Knowledge of the statistical co-occurrence of words allows it to generate new text that is grammatically correct and semantically meaningful. Okay, not just grammatically correct, okay, which is what most auto-suggest tools used to do before, right? Grammatically correct, but then it can be also semantically richer, okay, that's where all this beauty comes. I'll give you some examples later on as we go. The same techniques can be used to produce other forms of sequential data, such as protein sequences, audio, image, computer code, chess moves, whatever, right? So all of them work on the same principle. Okay. So the quality of the LLM depends on the scale. Gaurav talked about it. The amount of computing power used for training, number of model parameters, and their data size. Okay. So so these are the three things. Okay, I just got some numbers, for example. So the parameters are the things that okay, maybe I'll come back to that a little later on. Okay. So pre-trained on large amounts of unlabeled data, that is, for example, Wikipedia, the entire Wikipedia, or Reddit, or Quora, for example, right? Or the full collection of New York Times, or the Library of Congress, or anything that is available, right? So these are all unstructured, unlabeled data, resulting in a foundational model that can be used in multiple applications because its training is not specific to a particular set of tasks, okay? So there is this foundation model which is trained on everything on the internet, right? Everything that is available, you train on it, so it has this general purpose knowledge which becomes the foundation, right? And then if Flipkart wants to develop certain specific tasks for its customers on its website, then they will use some specific data and then fine-tune this foundation model to become relevant for their use. Okay. So general purpose LLMs can be further fine-tuned to generate output that matches priorities of any specific application by adding label data. Okay. So the diagram looks something like this. So you have data, you train it, and then you arrive at a foundation model. And then the foundation model gives you the output based on the prompt that you give, okay? It can be based, it will be question answering, it could be email writing, it could be summarizing, translating, making image, making music, or sequencing a protein structure or whatever it is, right? So that is the output. So as the designer's role is to fine tune the parameters, right? So while training, or you add labeled data. So this data for the foundation model is unstructured. That is everything on the internet, right? So you just throw everything and then a foundation model comes out. But if you add specific or more structured data, then you are now training it for a specific purpose. Okay. For example, for a design process, you can train it, or for writing posts in Facebook, right? If that is, you're creating a specific bot to do that, then you'll have to figure out what works in Facebook and what is the typical length of a Facebook post, which are the kind of posts that gets liked a lot, which are the posts that gets ignored often, what are the days in which certain types of posts come, when is the right time to push a post out, and all kinds of data. These are very structured data, because based on the data, right, you analyze the data of what happens in Facebook, and then you add this data, then it becomes better. Fine tune the parameters. Parameters are instead of telling you what parameters are, I'll just tell you one type of a parameter. Okay, there is a type of parameter called temperature. Okay, now temperature controls the randomness in predicting the next word in the sequence. Okay, so if there is higher temperature, there is more randomness. So that means there is a lot of diversity and creativity, possibility of a creativity, right? So statistically, after a particular word, there are 100 words. Say, for example, 100 words are possible. Okay, a higher temperature parameter, right, would mean that it will put a word which is totally unpredictable, or more unlikely to occur rather than more likely to occur. Okay, and therefore you have a surprise element, right? And the lower temperature means it is more coherent and consistent, right? So depending on your need, you either increase the temperature or lower the temperature, right? For example, your sentence is, the sky is, okay, and then the next word, can somebody tell me what is the next word? If it is the lower temperature, blue, right? That's what 99% of the time the sentence will end up with, right? What would be a high temperature word? But then it is not surprising, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be yellow and orange. It is, it kind of makes you pause and think, why is it yellow, or, why is it orange? Yeah, very intriguing, for example, right? So, so the most unlikely word, for example, could be pregnant. Okay, so then, the sky is pregnant with rainy clouds, for example, right? So that's poetry, right? So the sky is blue is like your project report. Okay, it is consistent, but it is accurate. It is reflecting the truth, but the more inconsistent, more surprising the next word prediction is, the more poetic possibilities are there. Okay, so you can actually, so the temperature is one of the parameters, right? So you can decide based on what is the task that you want to do, whether you want your agent to write poetry or write a report, right? So ChatGPT does control the temperature by the prompt that it receives. Okay, so if it says that, no, give me a summary of this article, it will use a very low temperature and then produce a consistent and coherent summary, right? But if you say that, no, write in the style of some poet, for example, then it will use a higher temperature to get that surprising words in the sequence. Okay, so that is one of the parameters, for example. So you can control based on. So there are hundreds of parameters like that, right? So each of them can be introduced and decided by the designer. So that's what basically ends up being a report or a poem. Now, is autonomous generation really that alien to design practice, right? And this is where, Gaurav was talking about the generative design process, right? And it's not very unfamiliar to us designers. This is Antonio Gaudi's cathedral in Barcelona. Zaha Hadid's Performing Arts Center. This is Mumbai Chhatrapati Airport. Back in 2009 or much earlier, Professor Trivedi has been working on this, and then, but he wrote it as an article for this book, The Asian Way of Design. Complexity of growth. Algorithm-based form generation is one of the key principles of Asian Way of Design, right? So, and he showed through examples how temple motifs, for example, are developed by basic geometric forms by repetition and propagation, that you arrive at a very complex form. And therefore you get hundreds of variations, okay, by tweaking the algorithm slightly that much little. Every flower is a new flower, though it is the same flower. Parametric variation creates uniqueness. Islamic architecture, Islamic art, which is geometric as a basis, is entirely based on this principle. This is Fatehpur Sikri, famous Salim Chishti, Jali. And even in nature we find this, right? This particular species of butterflies, there is a very small number of genes that account for this variation in the patterns. And it's also found in the growth, flight and locomotion, the shape of cells, bubbles, soap films, corals, minerals, mollusk shells, antlers, horns, plant shapes, bone, microskeletal. They are all generative design. So rule-based sequential transformation of simple figural primitives and exploiting the power of expression propagation to generate computational geometry. So this has been something that architects have done this for a very, very long time. The core aspects are hyper accuracy, hyper density, hyper volume of data and representations. Increasing the number of iterations of generation processes can rapidly lead to incomprehensible or chaotic outcomes. But cognitive affordances get rapidly overwhelmed when complexity goes beyond certain threshold, and given the complexity rapidly escalates relative to the ease of producing them, judging the sweet spot between chaos and order is where computing ends and design begins. So here is where the designer makes a call, right? I mean, you can keep changing the algorithmic rules a little bit, and then it creates interesting forms, and keep trying them. At one point of time, it becomes totally incomprehensible, right? It becomes too chaotic, right? And here is where the designer says that, okay, at this point of time seems like a sweet spot, and I stop here. I run a workshop in IDC. I ran the workshop in March 2023 on generative art, and the one that you see is done by a student and who's never been introduced to generative art at all. He learned P5 processing and then did something. It looked something like this. This is done by Siddhartha Mukherjee, who was a co-facilitator for the workshop, and he's an expert in this. He's worked with generative art a lot, and he's able to control them so much better. It almost looks organic and natural, but it is an algorithm that is being rendered visually like a plant with the platonic solids. This is him using a simple cuboid, right? A cuboid is folded multiple times to yield these interesting forms. And slightly every time, the rule of the fold is varied a little bit to produce it. So each one is unique, and you can go on and on and on about to create hundreds of such forms. He's also done this series of exhibits, and he's also printed them and displayed them, so you can really get a sense of how complex these forms are. This is an installation called subdivided columns. Some of the close-ups you can see here. So what is the difference between generative design and generative AI? Okay, so I'm just putting these two diagrams side by side. Okay, I think one, yeah. Okay, so this we saw, that one we saw, right? And this is the generative design. So there is an idea, you abstract it and create a rule, and then formalization and parameters, the source code, and the output is produced. Designer judges the output, modifies the source code or modifies the rules, and then the process continues until you're satisfied with the output, right? So it is kind of fairly straightforward, and this is, as you can see, that every time the output is going to be different. So to have a side-by-side comparison, on the left is generative design, and the right is generative AI. One is about form, the other one is meaning. Simple, complex, static, dynamic, semantically poor, semantically rich. It has deterministic outcomes, meaning that every time the outcome is the same. Indeterministic outcomes, every time so ChatGPT, the same prompt, it produces different outcomes, different sessions, right? Limited and unimodal input, so it's not just only text input. You have visual input now, there could be audio input, video input, unlimited and multimodal input possibility. This is structured data, that is unstructured data also. Human feedback here, the designer has to decide at every stage of the loop. Here, the feedback could be algorithmic, and you can never be, you need not be even in the loop. It is context free, it is context aware, it's causal, that is correlational. This is transparent, we can completely understand what happens under the hood, and that is a black box, right? We do not know. Even computer scientists who create these models and write these neural programs do not understand what happens, right? And recently, just 3 days ago, ChatGPT went on a manic depression, and then it was hallucinating a lot and complaining about life and so on, right? And people do not know why it does that once in a while, right? Even OpenAI engineers are saying that no, we do not know, there's some problem, we are looking into the problem. So for designers, this is the design space, right? We are about form giving, the physical form. It could be the temporal form if you're working with temporal media like music or animation, film, or it could be an interactive also, right? It could be the interaction gestalt. Context is when, where, who, what is the person trying to do, and is it measurable? Okay, we also look at feasibility and viability, right? Viability would be the business point of view, feasibility is the engineering point of view. Okay, so the knowledge base required to operate as designers comes from this, right? So we draw from arts and crafts, aesthetics, history, ergonomics, cognitive science, psychology and economics, and engineering and business management. And then we justify the design decisions that we make by reasoning, right? We explain, derive, and justify design decisions. Design problems are fundamentally open-ended and controversial in the sense that there are no objective criteria for closing problem definition and settling disagreements. So the design rationale is a network of issues, basically design questions, selected and rejected answer, and arguments for and against. Okay, and that is how we come to a conclusion. Okay, so there is a bunch of issues that are come. We select some questions, reject some, we select some answers, reject some answers, and then we settle for something that is satisfactory in nature, not the absolute best. Okay, so if I try to map what happens in a design process with what happens in AI, this can be easily supplied by the foundation models, right? This is the knowledge base, right? The entire knowledge base Even if it is not as good as it should be, it will definitely get better. Okay, so this problem is solved. And then the rationale is how we justify what we do. So here is where we need to figure out how to create the parameters that can help in fine-tuning the foundation model so that it becomes design sensitive. So right now, there are linguists and literature and authors, writers working with computer science in figuring out what are the poetic qualities of writing. And so they are the ones who are telling the computer scientists that the parameters should be like this, right? Similarly, we do not have designers working with computer scientists now, right? Telling them, so what are the designerly qualities that an output should have? Okay, when does a designer say that this is a designed object, this is satisfied, solves the problem, right? It has the correct aesthetic qualities, in the right form, and it fulfills a function and so on. Okay, so and then when we do that, we will have models that actually serve the purpose of design. So I see this as a positive thing, because this is not something that we should be we should wait for these things to happen and then therefore we adopt using it. So we can be in the process of, we can be involved in the process of deciding this thing. And Praveen Har in the morning talked about it, right? So most of the time, technology comes and we react to it, but then here we can actively be involved in shaping the technology itself. Okay, so what does it lead to, right? The last part of my talk, what is the impact on design practice and education? So what, right? So I've listed 10 points here. I'm going to rapidly go through it in the interest of time. Okay, rapid de-skilling will lead to routine jobs being eliminated. Whatever is considered to be routine, right? So one way to think about it is that, not people are talking about 80% of the jobs will be eliminated, right? The correct way to think about it is 80% of all jobs will be eliminated. Okay, every single job, 80% of that job will be done by AI. Okay, so in other words, there is no job that is safe from AI. As entry-level pathways disappear, how can we scaffold people into higher level positions, right? Now, a lot of this, learning actually happens on the job, right? And industry people here will vouch for that, when students come in, they are very raw, right? And they kind of almost start to learn again, in the industry. And they have to train a lot, and then they go through the process of, acquiring basic skills to becoming proficient in the profession, right? Now, those jobs are disappearing, right? It will not be there. So how do you, you cannot directly promote or hire a fresh graduate into a product manager position, right? Unless you go through this process. But then this process does not exist or will not exist after some point of time, right? So how do you scaffold these people to a higher level position when the lower level positions are not even there? There is nothing to put your scaffold on. Generative AI tools may accelerate the creative process through rapid ideation. Employment of artists may rise or fall depending on how AI tools interact with particular parts of the creative process. We do not understand it fully now. New economic theory is needed to characterize the creative process and understand generative AI's impact on the creative work. Okay, so to quantify it for purpose of compensation, etc., and all that, we need a better economic theory. We cannot pay people based on what they used to be doing, but then the new type of work will demand new ways of assessing what is human contribution and how does this person jockey that AI to getting work done. Not only jobs will be automated, but all jobs will also broadly shift the nature of work. Okay, the nature of work will shift. This is an interesting diagram that I found in a very recent article called the jagged frontier of AI capabilities, right? So the frontier looks like this. It is a jagged edge. There are tasks that are very simple, but AI cannot do very well. There are tasks which are extremely hard for humans to do, but AI can do it very easily. So it kind of dips in and out like this. So, at some point of time, it will, probably go outside completely, so that it will be all things that, but right now there are substantial amount, or at least half of the jobs that, actually AI cannot do well at all, only human beings can do. Design process will further fragment and become compartmentalized. So already the professional design has become like this, right? So, for example, in interaction design, which is where I teach, you have very specific roles in UI. There is a UI designer, there is a UX designer, there is a UI researcher, the UX researcher, and so on, right? User research. So the jobs are so compartmentalized and are so well defined, and then it will become even more further fragmentized. So this, for example, even how a product team is imagined, right? So our UPI platform, the digital infrastructure, is made up of so many parts. Yeah, all of them are independently designed, developed, and by different teams, and they all kind of come together and work well. So products and solutions will be imagined like this, completely broken up and done by different people, but they are all interoperable, come and connect together in interesting ways. Added pressure on design to maintain and improve transparency in the systems. Okay, one of the things that we designers pride ourselves is that that design prides itself on being trusty, transparent, explainable, and ironically, AI is all the opposite of it. Okay, so there is an extra pressure on us to do what we generally do well otherwise. Over time and with proliferation of AI-generated content, specialized skills and tools will be required to validate content. Okay, so we won't know, right? I talked about it earlier. At some point of time, it will produce content that we will not be even able to validate as being good or not. Lower order skills that are the building blocks for higher order work will be lost. Gaurav mentioned about this, drawing parallel lines, right? Now it's completely lost, but is it lost? And then as a result, have we lost something? Okay, that's a question that we have to really think hard about it, right? There was a purpose to drawing those parallel lines, having the tactility of, using a pen, having the control over that pencil over a paper and all that. I think there is something very important there that a designer can learn through the process. Of course, your CAD tools can do perfectly parallel lines much faster, but then those skills cannot be completely thrown away without giving it a thought about what is it that we are losing because of that. Due to the uncertainty associated with input and unpredictability with output, human review, judgment, oversight will become very critical. There is this human in the loop literature which talks about problems of when AI starts to make decisions, should we put humans in the loop so they kind of oversee and approve these decisions, right? But historically, that's not worked very well. Okay, either because the human is in the loop, we tend to trust it more than that we should, and therefore it leads to disasters. Or even if the human is in the loop, they actually do not have a lot of power. Okay, and so therefore it is effectively useless. Identify and protect jobs that provide joy and pride, even if they can be done well or better by AI. Okay. Now this is like a philosophical question that we have to think about. There are certain work that gives a lot of pleasure to do it, right? But can we identify those and protect them? Therefore, they continue to be available for human enjoyment. Most of the adapt and or adopt coping strategies will be up for review as the native AIs replace us. Right now we are all in the middle of this change, and therefore we are worried about how are we going to adjust to these new things and things like that. Right? But in a generation or two, that will become moot. Okay, Biju was during the lunchtime saying that, I drove a Tesla recently and all the controls are very unintuitive to me, right? Having driven a physical manual car, now it looks so alien to me, it was so alien to me, right? But for my son, it all came naturally to him, right? So he's kind of that native, right? So he's able to adapt more, even though he still continues to see the other kinds of cars. But imagine in 2 generation times, right? The older kind of cars won't exist at all, right? And therefore, maybe that adoption and adaptation may not be even required. Okay, and this is my last slide, and a very interesting point, and kind of contradicts with what Gaurav talked about earlier, right? And Gaurav mentioned that we used to paint, and then photography came, and then now AI is there. But what doesn't change is the visual language does not change, right? That's the word you used. And there are certain basic visual aesthetic principles that does not change. Now, I'm not very sure about that, okay? Because 15 years ago, when I came across a meme, first time in my life, but that was when all the memes were also, I was aghast with the typography. I said, no, who uses impact font, to do that? But then that is the aesthetic of a meme, right? It has this very crude diagrams and, blocky, chunky text and so on. And that is what makes it a meme, right? So there is a strange aesthetic that is developing. People are enjoying it and accepting it, right? So that is what is going to happen. These affordances interact with social media platforms in complex and novel ways, which may impact aesthetic diversity of norms in visual culture, right? So the norms of what we consider as beautiful are up for grabs, okay? So there could be something that we consider to be utterly ugly that people will celebrate in 50 years' time because their aesthetic judgment would have gone through one round of this massive AI bombardment, AI produced, people will adapt to new kinds of aesthetics. It could be strange aesthetic. AI-generated content may also feed future models, creating self-referential aesthetic flywheel that could perpetuate AI-driven cultural norms. Opaque engagement maximizing recommender algorithms of social media platforms could further reinforce aesthetic norms through feedback loops that produce sensational and homogenized content. Okay, so these are things that we need to think about. So that's the end of it. Thank you. Okay, I think we are running late. We should.
सुबह लगाया था वैसे। So, as a moderator, I have one task less. I can confidently say I need no introduction. I think everybody here. After this, we have one short presentation from Kirti Trivedi. So, I think India, I've been teaching and studying India for 40 years through a course called Indian Thought and Tradition. And as far as form visualization is concerned, India has a tremendous advantage over rest of the world. Actually, after I retired from IIT Bombay in 2014 and came to Indore to settle down, I was sort of tired with doing very complex projects. So I thought to make easy money, I looked for some junior position, and बड़े आराम से you can earn money ना 2 minute में कर लेंगे. So talented graphic designer to bring to life complex problem, no problem at all. But then comes this Photoshop, Illustrator 3, UI, UX design, Figma, Adobe 6, Canvas Pro. My God, I don't know any of this. Junior graphic designer, hardworking, yes, committed, yes, ready to face challenging situations, made the deadlines, of course, all the time, all my life. Photoshop, Illustrator, CorelDRAW, design makeup, graphic design tools, flash designing. I tell students to throw CorelDRAW out of their computers. And they want me to learn CorelDRAW before they give me entry-level job, 15,000 rupees a month. Junior graphic designer, well-versed in Photoshop, CorelDRAW, Illustrator, mandatory. Here is person who stayed Royal College of Art, Master of Design, started the VC program in IIT Bombay, doing high-end design all my life, cannot get a entry-level job in graphic design, first level. This is, my son suddenly showed me, one of his friends started a fruit juice company and he did the labels. And he showed me one morning, he said, I worked for 2 hours and these are my package ideas. He's studying economics, he's not a designer. He refuses to learn design. So this is his. I'm sure you've seen it, but it's So in face of all this, which will be available to everybody, this is how we typically teach visual communication. We have elements of design, digital design tools, and then graphic composition, publication design, logo, packaging, presentation. We're finding this typical BDS program in communication design. AI tools can do all this faster and better than human beings. Typical duration, 4 years BDS, MDS 2 years, huge fees. They have diploma certificate program for technicians, 6 months to 3 years. Typical course structure, there is a foundation year, then discipline-specific inputs and projects, then advanced inputs, projects, then research projects, seminar, 1 course in professional practice, and a final project. This more or less everybody does this. This is how they do it in Avantika University. Also, when I was there, IDC, IIT Bombay, every structured design school. They plot the whole semester timetable hour by hour, who will teach what, at what time, in which room, at what point. And to make it profound looking, they put these code numbers. So human beings can't understand, and faculty members can't remember when is my course. So photography, digital image making, information visualization, packaging design, and you do 1 project, and like this, you do for 8 semesters, you become a designer. So this is a miraculous thing. I've been wondering about it for a very long time. These students come without any design background. And in 2 years, they all become master of design. How this happens? Because the courses are fixed, the curriculum is fixed, and you do those things, whatever the school design, and they give you a master of design degree. It takes years and years. Sometimes nobody in his entire life never masters design. But society accepts that they are masters of design. So this is a very intriguing thing. I keep talking about it. To design means to give form to ideas and to give some physicality to concepts. Professor Venkatesh referred to this talk. It's from 2009. It was in some conference I had given. It's a methodology from Vasusutra Upanishad, how to give form to ideas. And there is a sutra, Arupad Rupam, from formless comes the form. How to make manifest the unmanifest, and how to give visible form to invisible concepts. How to create visual symbols which convey the essence of an idea through a form which will be universally understood. Because if you make a form which nobody understands, there is no communication. So we make. And Vasusutra Upanishad from 2nd century, it gives a very detailed method how to create sacred form. And one of the sutras is that all images should be envisaged to express a specified meaning. So images are created not for themselves, not for decoration, but to convey meaning through a visual language. Purpose of form giving is to make manifest the attributes. There is a phenomena we want to expand on the attributes, because just looking at somebody, looking at me or looking at anybody, we do not know what that person is capable of. So to make a real portrait of that person, we have to show everything that energy is capable of. That leads to images like this. So Vasusutra Upanishad gave this kind of process. It's published in many journals. And first you have to understand the principle you want to give form to. And next step, and the most important step, is to verbally articulate the attributes. Because verbal articulation leads to visualization. Unless you do that, image remains fuzzy. So more precisely you can articulate something, the more clear the mental image will be. Then you meditate, then you project the image, then you make the basic image, then you enhance, and you get a finally visualized image. I'm giving 2 examples. I confessed in the beginning, I don't know Photoshop, CorelDRAW, Illustrator, anything. So when I have to give form to something, I need an intermediary. The problem comes, one, in the image I have in mind has to be shared by the person I'm giving to instruction to. So my verbal description must be precise enough, and problems. So recently, I'm currently working on the design of a comprehensive museum on Raja Bhoj, and visualizing the personality. Currently, these are the depictions. They are all imaginary because he was from 10th century. There are no photographs, there is no image. Nobody knows what he looked like. But the image put in Bhopal is this person with a sword in his hand. Like he is a warrior, always ready to fight. And this does not do at all justice to this person. So for the museum, we want to present the full personality of Raja Bhoj. He was, I think, the greatest of kings of India. 80 works on aesthetics, poetry, literary theory, architecture, town planning, design, hydraulic engineering, and a great builder. So many actually existing works by Raja Bhoj. These are some of the titles. Parambhattarak, Tribhuvan Narayan, Maharaja Dhiraj, Parameshwar. These become, each of these words bring an image to mind, and we have to create a composite image. So Trilok Narayan, Bhoj Swami Dev, Tribhuvan Narayan Dev. So I have one of my illustrator friends to, based on these, to generate an image. And these are the first images which came. And I showed to people and they said they look too South Indian. Does not look like Malwa ka Raja. So we shifted. I asked Pranav, our faculty member here, he's an expert in visualizing. Also looked at how Maharajas sit. Na? Though he was 10th century, but Maharaja mein thasak hoti hai. They sit like kings. Na? They don't sit like normal human beings. So this was the first visualization. And he was a great warrior. He won many wars. And this looked, so when I came, I say it looks effeminate. He's wearing silky dress and too much. And he does not look like a warrior king. And he looks too young. So let's make it older. Can we have some of these slides less, because the image is losing? Just cut off. Because we cannot see the colors nicely. Yeah, good. So then these came first without sword. I'd say, let's put the sword, but he's not using it, but he's telling ki jarurat padi to talwar ka use hoga. We will use the power if requires, we have it, but he's not holding in his hand. And also the behind the halo like was made round. And then the change from here to here, the dress was removed. So you could see his muscles, that he's well built, because they actually used to fight and with his sword. So this is the muscular body. So, and then open eye. This is as far as we reached. The first thing, when we showed it to the client, he said, face kuch jam nahi raha. So we had to still work. क्योंकि बॉडी तो सही हो गई पर अभी राजा भोजनेस नहीं आया. This is the problem with form visualization. Unless you can very precisely define and the person making it understands, it's a long process. So I remember once Professor Kohei Sugira, we had gone to Tokyo to some processing house, and he was sitting next, very complex terminal, advanced color correcting thing. He was sitting with the operator and telling him, now increase this, now do this. So you'll sit here, operator will do till he gets exactly what you want. And what I did was that kind of procedure. So actually formless to form, the methodology as we saw in Vastu Sutra Upanishad is based on verbal articulation of attributes. And we find thousands of examples in dance, architecture, and iconography, how to do it. The main work is Bharat's Natya Shastra from 3rd century. It's a book which it's a Shastra. Shastra means codified knowledge. So it gives all possibilities, whatever you can do by combining. And it is totally internalized in all of Southeast Asia, in India, from very early age. Children learn dance and they learn in the way Bharat Muni said. So it's a tradition of codified knowledge, which when mastered enables complete control over creative expression. And the code is verbal. That means the code used are words. They are verbal commands. This automatically implies not only a huge vocabulary to express very minute differences, but also somebody who understands that language, who can differentiate between one word or another. There is a book by Sharad Joshi called Shabda Charcha, and there Vidwans will sit together and discuss. Take a word and discuss Gagan, Nab, Asman और आकाश में क्या फर्क है. 4 अलग अलग शब्द क्यों दिए? नहीं, there must be some difference. So in dance we have with gestures and body movements, eyes, eyebrows. So it's defined how many ways eyeballs can move, how many ways eyebrows can move, how they can create various combinations and all possible expression and all possible human expression which will be understood by the audience. So you can see its combination entire, how the lips behave, how the eyebrows, how the eyeball opens, whatever. The composite image of this is the human expression you read when you talk to a human being, whether he is listening or not, whether he is bored, whether he is intrigued, whether he is angry. You say eyes tell. Actually, politicians put dark glasses because you can't see the expression, but eyes tell what you are thinking. Eyes, very difficult to lie with the eyes. It requires a lot of practice that people don't know. So this is the eye language. So in Abhinav Gupta's work and Bharat's work, just how many ways the head can move? There are 24 types, each one is specified, like Dhut and Vidut and Avdut and Alolit and Prakampita. And just for ways of looking, types of glances, how you can look at another, there are 46 types of glances, each one with a name. So when you are telling somebody, I want to try this, you can exactly specify, I want the glance to be lajjit, slightly shy. No, we have from just the faintest of the faintest smile to attahas, from smriti to the full-throated laughter, all the gradations in between, and how to show that expression on the face. So very rich, completely comprehensive verbal description. And like that for every component of a dance performance. Then color codes, Professor Biju actually done a whole research on this. So every detail which exists in an image is to convey a meaning. The kind of earring, the kind of headgear, the kind of necklace you put, the hand, everything is conveying meaning. So when you make portrait in Indian art, you don't show the person, you show the essence of that person. You don't show a female, you show a graceful feminine form when you are making image of Shri or Devi. And for this, very detailed procedures are designed. For sculpture, three main kinds of bands, Abhang, Sambhang and Atibhang. How many ways the body can flex and how different postures it will create. So, which will create. Similarly, hand gestures, how you can do and they convey meaning. So there are all these visual languages which have verbal names, which help in verbal articulation. So it's Alingan Hasta, or it's Katak Hasta, or Kati Hasta, and then how it transforms in an actual refined images from Chola period. Just see the idealization and the perfection of those gestures. This is mastery over form language. They are not crude sketches, they are perfected form. And to ensure that a very detailed measuring system between front, side, between inner space, outer space, peripheral space, all these are measured. So we get, then as Professor Venkatesh mentioned, there are growth sequences because ours is a dynamic universe. Things are constantly being born, growing, reaching a peak, then decaying, then dying simultaneously. Other things are happening. Now, the beauty is for all of these, every component, because the description to make this is not in drawings, it's a verbal description. So there must be a name for every part, so you can write a verse. So every part in this corner molding has a name, and we can define this should be like this should be like this. So a verbal description, not a drawing, will create the building. And same with complexity. And as complexity increases, new components emerge. These are corners of a 3-sided and 5-sided and 7-sided and 9-sided, and new components emerge, and they all have names. I'm doing this for these are created for the Samrangan Sutradhar project. Raja Bhoj was a great parametric builder. So these are his ideas of various layouts possible for a one room house. So these are 24 types of one room houses. Each one has a name. Now consider this with vocabulary of our architecture. We may call an apartment a row house or 3 or 4. After that you cannot describe. But here a one room house has 24 specific description, each meaning one particular configuration. So very precisely, just through a board, we can define spaces, define architecture. These are 2-room residences. These are 3-room residences. So to be able to verbally articulate, to be able to say, because verbal articulation becomes the bridge for communication. I cannot share my mental image with the person who will draw, but I can share a common verbal language. He knows, he gets the same meaning. Like when we say 4 in English, there is no confusion. Everybody knows 4. And it's same level of fluency in verbal language. So then you can define very fine differences verbally, and each description adds an image. So Vastu Sutra Upanishad says, first you have to realize pratitat pratika. From realization comes the symbol. And India has, for every natural energy, every phenomena, we have verbal descriptions. They are known as dhyan mantras or stotras or such thing, which people chant. So they know the words, they know the meanings, they know the implication. One of the famous one, of course, there is the Gayatri mantra. Everybody, young child, has to learn. Is to worship of the sun, to ask that the intellect should be as bright as the sun. Dhiyo yona prachodayat. Another one is Aditya Hriday Stotram, which is 100 names of the sun. Now sun we know, we see as a big circular form in the sky which changes color and is very hot. That does not tell, that physical this thing does not tell the power of the sun. So these are names of the sun: Surya, Divakar, Aditya, Bhaskar, Atityaputra, Shankar, Ravi, Shambhu, Khag, Tvashtha, Martanda, Anshuman, Atashi, Hiranyagarbha, Shishir. Each one of those words is reference to one attribute of the sun, what the sun does. And all these together make a composite image which explains the sun to us. So actually sun is just a round circle in the sky for us. Why such complex images appear? They are the result of accumulated translation of the verbal attributes of the sun into visual form. And we will see through a series of images I created with Pranav's help. So this is actually the Konark sun image recreated by Sudarshan Sahuji. Konark one is broken, but it's same size replica. So one name is Bhaskar, which means creation of a glowing era. So we take that Blake sun image. When we say Bhaskar, a glowing aura comes around it. Then we say Rashmi Mant, full of rays of light. So rays of light start in all directions. Then we say Sahasrishi with 1,000 rays. So 1,000 rays come. And Sapti, So 7 horses emerge. Now, these are all symbolic names given to possibilities of sun, what sun does. That's why they are 100. Actually, without sun, we won't exist. So people meditate upon this and come out with all the attributes. And there are many representations of this. This is an actual close-up of the sun, taken from very close. So it shows the phenomena happening on the sun surface, on the flares and whatever. What just looks like a plain orange ball is full of dynamic activity. So all these filled-in elements around all the sculptures we see, they are actually additional attributes which make the concept more clear. Each one has a function. So there are people below, people above, people behind, people on the sides, particular posture, particular whatever, all is defined. These are the conventions of representation. For example, Vishnu represents the cosmic order, the whole cosmos, and one very popular representation is the Vishwaswarup, the entire universe in Vishnu. So you can see depicted endless time where the whole cosmic phenomena is So one word, Madhuram, combined with so many other words. And it's like what Professor Venkatesh talked about, the pregnant cloud. No, it becomes poetry. So all these, no, and just look at the combination. Just this is what Uday was talking about, the finer understanding of language and immense possibilities of articulation. So combination of words, and this is where current education, I think design education, completely lacking. It does not develop this intellectual fineness, this ability to deeply think about something. Everything has become very surface. But when you combine words, it needs to new combination of ideas. The bigger the vocabulary, more precise the expression, better the visualization. And our mastery over this verbal description actually will be a major advantage when we visualize using verbal commands, which is what a lot of the time in visualization, we are giving prompts, we give 3 or 4 simple, but if we can give 1,000 prompts, our intention should be very controlled. So it's the ability of the person who is giving prompts to precisely define. The attraction for me, I don't need to know Photoshop, CorelDRAW, Illustrator. I just need to know how to express exactly what I want. So I think, and we will try here our best, that we let students understand the finest of the fine differences, no? What is minor wrinkled, more wrinkled, very wrinkled, ordered wrinkled, unordered wrinkled, rough surface, smooth surface, very smooth surface, absolutely without whatever. These are attributes. And if we can share the attributes, a visualization becomes very busy. So in my this Asian design presentation, I had said we are so rich in Asia in visual arts, in depiction of abstract phenomena. Current way of teaching doesn't do justice. You need a new Asian school of design where you learn by living with the masters and the monks, the philosophers, the Shankaracharyas, the scholars, the practitioners, the planners, and the programmers. A community where ancient wisdom and future possibilities will coexist in an atmosphere of creative exploration and excellence. And this is one of our objects, light jalaning. So from my home, nearly everybody, this is Aditya Hriday Stotram. This one, you can see from the thumbed up look, this is how much every day I read Ram Raksha Stotra, Gopal Sahasranam, Ganpati Yatravashyash. Everybody has this, everybody knows. They are the most listened to things on YouTube videos in the morning. If you see Suprabhatam by M.S. Subbulakshmi has 5 crore hits, the version I hear, no? And still I put every morning in my YouTube. My day begins with, like in Tirupati, Suprabhatam. So this is all over. The awareness is there, the urgency is there. It's just to convert this into this advantage that we have finer command on language. So this is my presentation. Thank you. So I'll now request Mr. Kensho. We are a very infant design institute, only 7 months old, and like the new kid on the block. And how we are organizing design education of the future, he will explain the rationale, how we are so emboldened.
So during the past few days, when we've been preparing for this seminar, Kirti sir gave me a lot of difficult tasks, but this is the most difficult one till now. To speak after such prolific speakers and after a day full of exchange of ideas and knowledge, I can see people moving to the edge of the seat, and I know why. So the good news is there's no presentation. I'll just I've written something. And after the entire day spending with all of you, I'm not sure is it a good idea not to use GPT for this or not. So I'll just go through what we're doing. Today is a momentous day for all of us. Not only a big day for CDS and Aurobindo Group, but also for our city and for the state of Madhya Pradesh, because it is today that all the luminaries from the field of design from across the world have gathered to think, ideate and chart out how the future of design and education is going to look like. So we stand on the cusp of redefining design education for the future, and we at CDS can't be happier to be a part of this event, since our mission is to pioneer a paradigm shift in design education. Sri Aurobindo Institute of Technology, our institute where we all are sitting right now, of which CDS is a part, was established in the year 2009. And over the past few years, as the lines between technology and design started to blur, we realized how bright the future of design is going to be. And as we delve further, we also realized that design has not been able to attain its full potential in India, and design education was restricted to bigger cities and a limited few of the country. And that was when we envisioned, like how the Vice Chancellor also said, that how to come up with a affordable design school where the future of design studies can be delivered, and that is how we came with the concept of Center for Design Studies.
So it was only in the year 2022, like Sir said, we are only a fledgling new institute. CDS was born from a simple yet ambitious desire to integrate design education deeply into the cultural and intellectual tapestry of not just tier 2 cities but across the nation. And in doing so, we aim to make design education not just more accessible but a coveted choice for young aspirants everywhere, thereby democratizing and popularizing this critical field. And in this pursuit, we are immensely fortunate to have Professor Kirti Trivedi as a guiding light and as a mentor. His unparalleled foresight has not only shaped the vision behind CDS, but continue to inspire every course, every step, and every part of the Center for Design Studies that we are building right now. It is through his mentorship that we aspire to nurture not just skilled designers, but visionary thinkers who lead the transformation of our society through creativity and innovation. A little bit about what we are planning to offer at CDS, the Bachelor of Design and Master of Design program, which are meticulously sculpted by Sir himself with insights from some of the globe's most esteemed design educators who are also in the audience today. And these programs are not just academic path, but gateways to the future of design. The BDIS program, with its specialization pathways in communication design, experiential graphic design, user experience design, and motion arts and gaming, it aims to equip our students with creative and technical skills necessary to navigate and shape the future. The proposed Master of Design course, which we intend to offer from this academic year, aims to offer advanced studies in innovation design, experience design, generative AI animation, and fashion and textile research that Sir has completely conceived himself. So our commitment to providing a world-class education is reflected in our state-of-the-art facilities which we are trying to create right now. The Immersive Media Lab serves as a crucible for virtual reality and immersive experience, which you all must have witnessed today, allowing students to explore and create within entirely new dimensions. The digital imaging studios and digital sound studios that are coming up will offer cutting-edge resources for visual and audio creativity. Our Fab Lab and slow making spaces are dedicated to the integration of digital technologies with traditional craftsmanship, where we try to foster an environment where innovation meets heritage through various platforms, and the screening theatre, which provides a venue for presentation and display student artwork. So as we chart on this ambitious course, we remain acutely aware of the responsibility that accompanies our mission. We aim not only to be a beacon of design education, we are aiming high, but also a bridge connecting aspiring designers with the immense opportunities and challenges of the future. Our goal is to nurture a community of learners, thinkers, and creators grounded in humility, yet driven by insatiable curiosity and commitment to making a tangible impact in our world. Together, let's embark on this path with hope and humility and a shared vision. And thank you for embracing this journey with us. Welcome to CDS Design Education for the Future. Thank you so much.
So we come to the end. As I conclude, I had to thank the entire team because last 4 days I was completely busy writing the newspaper ad, preparing my presentation. I was not even here, but they have done a fantastic job.